Yes, hi everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. So, good morning, guys, and welcome you all. So, just we have Mr. Sahil who will be starting the session and he will be assisting you during your complete learning. So, I hope everyone knows the guideline during these sessions. Please kindly keep your mics and your video cam off. And in case if you have any sort of issues in terms of learning, you can put your issues in the chat. And today we will be starting with a functional programming approach. Like, okay, like what is this functional programming? Why it has an importance in the market and data science. Then we are going to talk about the object-oriented programming, and afterwards we will be moving ahead and we will be looking about something called as a pandas and numpy. Okay, so apart from that, there will be more insights during the complete scenarios that we are going to cover. So please keep doing it along with your instructor. Okay, and he will be there to guide you in case if you face any sort of a problem. Fine. So all the best, and I think Sahil, you are here, so you can just start with your session.
Sure, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Let's get started. So, will someone like to give me a brief of what we have done in our previous session? We can start from and continue from there onwards. Okay, thank you, Anushka. So, we have done till nested loops. So, let's get started. Let me share the screen. Okay, so which all IDs are we using over here? Like, today I'll be working with a collab. So, which all IDs are you be using? Do we know what is a Google Colab?
Yes, collab.
Yes, we know.
Okay, great. So, so is there anyone who's working on some ID like PyCharm, IntelliJ, or something? Or are we on this Jupyter Notebook or Colab?
In the previous session, there were few people who were working on Jupyter.
Okay, so there are a few people over here. We also are working on VS Code. Google Colab, sir. Okay, so no issues. No, there won't be any issue with this particular one with the IDs. Okay, so as we discussed, like we have completed a nested loop. So if we talk about like which all looping methods do we have?
If if nest,
Mm-hmm. So we have this for loops, while loop, and the conditional statement, which are if else conditions. So we have worked with them, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be starting with the functional programming. Now, how a functional programming has been different from these loops, because ultimately what we need in this particular looping, in this what we do in this functional programming is to perform a particular task, particular set of commands on an iterative basis. That is what we do in the functional programming as well. So why is it a different one rather than the for loop statements? Can someone tell me? Okay, so functional programming is like, okay, we do got something. Okay, so what I'm asking is like, ultimately the function which we are using, the functions which we create in our Python language or in any language basically. So why do we create a function basically? Okay, what is a function first? Let's start from there, the very basic one. What is a function? Can anyone tell me? Yes, reusable object, group of statements. So as you said, like reusable object and group of statement. Now, what ultimately we are doing is we are reusing some set of commands which have been predefined in a variable or in an object. That is what a function is about. Now, what we are doing is we are doing that particular commands on a iterative basis on a multiple time. Like if whenever we'll be needing it, rather than writing all set of commands, we'll be just calling out the function and it will be done. We will be able to run that. It should run only when it is called. Yes, exactly, Anushka. That is a set of commands which we put in a variable in an object which we can run again and again when we require them. So let's see how we can create a function in a Python. So function is defined by a variable as def, and with that you will be passing in the name of the function. Now for the naming conventions, we generally go with either the underscores or the camel cases. So suppose starting with the hello world print statements, either we can use this way of defining functions, but the most standard way we generally go with is this one, camel cases. And in this one we can just pass whichever set of commands you want to write. The first for the testing, what we would be doing is we'll be going with hello world statement. Whenever we'll be needing it, we just put a print statement and we'll be able to call it. As much as times we want to do it, we can do this particular one. And that is how the functions work. Now, what kind of values, what kind of things can we add over there is so if we have to make up a okay, what task have we completed till now, like in the nested for loops or this? If someone like to tell me. For and while loops. Okay. So now talking about like this is one of the type of a function. Now talking about another type. Now these are known as a pure functions which are performing functions. Now these are the types of function which are performing a singular task on a repetitive basis. There's no change of values which we are getting. The constant kind of functions, they are known as the pure functions. Okay. Now we have a recursion type functions. Now pure function again can be, this is also going to be a pure function. Suppose if we are going for some sort of list addition, and this one we can pass arguments as well, like list here. If we put it like suppose we want to sum up all the values we have in the list itself. So how we can do it? If we want to make an operation that we have a list variable numbers, and in this we have multiple values. Now if we want to add all these elements, how we can do it? What will be the code we write to add up these values in a list? We have done with the for loops and the basic operators. Okay, how are we going to add these variables which we have in the list variable? I want to add them all. So how we can do it? Using loop statement we can add it or not, or any other method if you want to suggest. Right now we are not talking about functions. I'm just asking like how we can add these values in a list. Using insert function. I want to no, I don't want to add the elements. I want to add the values like sum. Yes, sum of these values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we add them together, it will be like 15. So I want to do that part. How we can do that? In a list variable itself, in this particular list, I want to get the total number, total, which is the sum of these numbers. So how can we get that? Using for loop. So what will be the method for the same? What will be the code for the same? Nana, it's sum plus 1 using index values. Okay, right. I want everyone to write up a for loop code to add this list variable object, list values. To get the sum of a list, I want a for loop statement, and I want this from everyone. Let's write up that for loop statement which can add up all the values which we have in the list. So what we need is to add them up. We need these single elements one by one. So what we'll do is we'll be writing up with the for loop. 4 I in fish. Okay, so let's pick up this. This is the one which I'm picking up from the Sachin. So what output will it be giving us? Will it give us the correct output? We put print over here at the end as well. Odd plus even, getting multiple suggestions. So will it be will it be the complete code? Okay, then we have this from Dhruv as well. Dhruv. And Dhruv. Okay. And we have this Anushka as well. Code. Let's first. Will it be giving us the complete output? Or is there some error we'll be facing up? Here we can see, yes, we need to initialize the sum by 0 as well. That is what I needed, Sachin. So it will be done for everyone. We'll be first initializing it with the 0, because otherwise the sum will not be defined. It will be used in every statement. Now here, with this Anushka code, we do not have this odd and even values. What do we mean by this odd and even? Let's try running. Let's see what are we gonna get. So the total of this particular one is gonna be 15. So for this one, let's run it. So we are getting 15. Let's run it. We are getting an index error. Now what is this index error? Okay, let's change up the values instead, because these are more like 4, 6, 8, 9. Now the sum will be 28. Now let's test the same, that whether are we going to get the same, or is there any change we require in this for loop? Okay, so let's test it out. We are still getting 15. Reason being, here we are just getting numbers in this case. We are getting, oh, I didn't run it. Now it should be giving us the correct one. Yes. Now if we go with this particular one again, obviously we'll be getting error, because numbers list does not have the I is not considered as an index. It is more like the values we are talking about. Because in a for loop, if you just go with a print statement over here, this I is nothing but each element we are iterating on. If you go this, and if you go with print numbers I, so you'll see the print I statement is giving you 14496, and we are getting out of index in this case, in this particular one, because I is not an index in this one, in this case, with respect to this case, with respect to this particular list variable. So what we can do is, as we got, and about this one also, Anushka, over here, that we do not have defined what is this odd and even values, and there's no way it is gonna, like, how it can run when we do not have these odd and even values. So obviously, like, odd is not defined, so that's why it is not working. But well tried that you use the for loop statement. Let's remove this one. In this case, this will also be removed. Now keeping up this one. Now for every time whenever you have to sum up the list, you always have to write this for loop. That is the issue with this particular case of making a looping statements, that whenever you will be requiring it, you need to write up this complete code to get this thing done. So what we can do is, if that is a requirement that we have to sum up the number of sum up the list variables, that is what we can do is, that is when we can create up this functions. That is where we can create up a function which can do the task for us. And in this one, this numbers is nothing but the argument which we can pass into a function. Whenever you'll be calling up, suppose let's pick up a new number list. Will do. And sum will be equal to list mission, will be passing in the num, which is our what will be the output of this one? Range. Yes, Amod, that will also work. With this particular one, Amod just have also given. But that becomes a difficult task, because it first have to look out for the range and the length. It is working on the length basis. So we always have to go with the minimalistic of the functions. So that is why the Sachin's approach is a comparatively better one, because over here the the processing time increases and the time complexity also increases. Now talking about the time complexity as well. What is the time complexity of a for loop? Let's run this one as well. We are getting none. Now why are we getting this none? Can anyone tell? Yes, return is, we haven't given the return statement over here. Return sum. When we go with the return as sum, that is when this value will be given, because that is when a function knows that it's not a void function, it is a return type or a value returning function over here. Are we clear? So that is the difference of if we do not put a return or if we are putting a return values. Now over here, what we were talking about, okay, yeah, we were talking about time complexity of a for loop. Now, do we know what is the time complexity of a for loop? Okay, what is the time complexity? Yes. So time complexity is known as like the time required to run that complete operation. That is what is known as a time complexity. Now, in this case, in a case of a for loop, if we have to figure out like what is the time complexity. Now, time complexity in a for loop is it is iterating n number of times as much as elements do we have. If an element, if a list have 5 elements, it is iterating 5 times. So that becomes a time complexity that it is running 5 times. And that is why the time complexity is big O of n. Now, time complexity, we can define it over here. Time complexity for loop. Now, the time complexity is always denoted by O, capital big O, and in that we provided with the complexity. Now, big O of n represents the time complexity of a for loop, which means that a for loop or whichever we are defining it like this, we are defining that it will be running n times. That is the time complexity it will be taking. So if the list is of 1 lakh values, it is going to take 1 lakh repetitions on a list. Why do we need to know about the time complexity of any operation? Why do we need to know the time complexity of any operation? So finding efficiency, yes. So that we can know that whether our code, how much efficient our code is, how much valuable or like in how less time it can perform that particular operation. And that is why, like in every kind of operation you're performing, there is a time complexity for it. So if we are going for the length function also, the, there is a time complexity for that also. So it will be adding up to the operation, and that is why we are going with this particular approach, because it is giving us the least time complexity over here. Now this is what we're getting as a sum. Now if whenever we'll be requiring it, and we just have to pass in the value of a list, and it will start giving us the results. That is how a functional programming of Python works, functional programming works, that you are creating functions which can help you find the effectiveness of the algorithm. Okay, what are you referring, Anushka, to this effectiveness? To find the effectiveness of algorithm using time complexity, you are telling me, I guess. But what are we referring as effectiveness? Yes, time complexity of Python is comparatively higher in case of with respect to Java or C++. That is a add-on thing you can say. Okay, great. So that is why, like, that is why I've asked you the same, that we have two things with which we consider that how well is your algorithm is about. Now here we discuss about the time complexity. The other part is memory complexity or space complexity. Now what is the space complexity? Does anyone know what is the space complexity? Amount of space required to perform that operation. The first one is time complexity, where we discuss that how much time is it going to take to perform that operation, whereas a space complexity is how much space is it going to take is it going to consume to make that operation successful. Now, talking about this particular case, are we using some space? Is there any variable which is requiring some space or which is storing something? Sum, yes. So sum is the space complexity of this particular function. So if when we define, and every time when you'll be defining, when you'll be writing up a code, and that is how your code is evaluated in real time, that how much effective your code is. Now, effectiveness again, as Anushka said, that it is a combination of space and time complexity, and they both go parallelly, almost like a parallelly. That you have to reduce the space and time altogether in your code, and the as much as you can decrease it, as much as you can reduce it without affecting the operation, that is how they know that you how well you are in the coding practices. Yes, that is what space time complexity and the net effectiveness of an algorithm. Now for this function, we do have a space complexity and a time complexity. Time complexity, because the list is defined, so it is going to be 1. So what about the space complexity? Do we know how what is space complexity of this case? Yes, no, maybe. Now to check out the space complexity of something like space, how much space or memory is consumed by this sum variable, we can call it a library, which is the inbuilt library of Python. It's just check out this one. It's inbuilt. This way you can get the size of a variable or how much memory is consumed by it. So the 28 bytes memory of size is consumed by the 28 memories of byte is being consumed by this sum variable over here. That is how you can check out like how much memory is being consumed uh, by a variable. talking about the space complexity of a for loop. Now, for loop, the space complexity of this particular for loop, because it is using this particular variable as a storage method or a storage object, that is the space complexity of the object as well. And talking about the correct time complexity, because it is iterating 5 times, so it will be a big O of n or big O of 5, you can say, which is a constant value. So if we talk about this case, space complexity of a function, space complexity is, again, it is also denoted by O, big O of, it is a constant values, there is no fix, so we can go with big O of n over here, because if the size of a list increases, the space complexity will not exponentially increase. So suppose if we add it like 10, 20, 30, 40 again, we rerun it, you can see the space complexity has not much increased, even if you're increasing the size, because ultimately you are getting this sum variable only. Whereas, so again, because it is a constant value, so it will be like 1. Now 1 is defined as a constant value. Similarly, the time complexity of the same is big O of n. Now n is nothing but the size of a list we are talking about. So if size of list is keep on increasing, the time complexity will keep on increasing in this case. And when we are writing up a function, though these values are not defined, these values are not required generally, but we should always like, it comes under the good practices of coding, that we should always define that how do we put the definition marks. To define it, what you can do is, we should also always specify like what is that one particular function is doing. So addition of list, this is also one of a good practice part that we should consider while writing a function, that what this function is going to do. Now can someone tell me like what is the reason why we are writing this particular definition for the function, why we are adding these comments over here? For understanding the purpose, yes, for understanding the purpose, but don't you think like you have written this function, so why do you need to understand the purpose? You already know the function purpose, right? Isn't it? Others can understand, yes, that is the correct reason, that others can understand too, because whenever you are working on a project, it's not like you are the only one working over there. There might be a team which is working on that project, and they are all linked to a single repositories, like Git. Do we know about Git? Git is an online version control system where you, from multiple systems, you are connected to a single repository, single storage space where you are pushing your code. A single code can be reused at multiple places, at multiple systems. Now, in that case, whenever you're writing up a function or writing up adding up something, having these kind of very specific comments help you and your colleagues understand that why you have written this particular function, why you have written this particular thing over there, so that they can also understand the part. Okay, that is why it is required. So okay, let's keep it. And that is why whenever we'll be writing a function, we will be defining the use of that particular function. Now these are all like, okay, uh, I believe everyone over here is students. Is there anyone as a working professional as well? Okay, we do have one. Okay. So that is why, like, that is why it is required to go with, so that you can know that what is gonna be, and also you can, like, in this cases usually we do not go with this, but it's an add-on thing that you can also provide what kind of return value you are providing, if there is any. That is how they can, like, the person who's gonna use it further again and again, he can also look in what format are we gonna get the results. So these all are the good practices which we usually follow. Now talk. Okay, let's try out with some more examples of functions. Functions. Oh. Now let's try it with some more functions. Okay, I want you guys to write up a function, and it should be in this particular proper format, like with the proper comments and everything. You have to write up a function which can do. Let's see if we can do. Okay, I want a variable. Okay, let's me write. Everyone has to write for a given list. Okay, let me just quickly. So there is a list alphabet names as. Okay, let's pick up few names from the list over here. There is one as Anil. Write it in small. And we have this Anish. Have emails. Now the return type, what I want is I want a list to be returned with this as a naming cases. And this is the list which you have to work with, and this is for everyone. Okay, everyone have to do this particular code. For this list, you have to write up a function which can create this kind of result. I want all the first letters to be capitalized. Can we do? Have we performed string operations? String operations. Okay. So the string operation which you can follow up is, suppose if name is equal to, let me tell you that operation for the sake, this one is Anil. If you print name dot capitalize, it will give you the result as capital A. So capitalize is one of our operation which you can perform to capitalize the first letter of a string. The other operation is lower. Oh, it's already in lower. Let's go with upper instead. By using upper, you will be getting complete letter as a capital letter. So we have to use a capitalize function to perform and get this particular output as a list variable. So I want you by using capitalize function. So I want everyone to write up a function and be specific that what is the naming convention you'll be following up. Either you can go with this underscore method or you can go with camel cases format. To follow any one of it, that's fine. But do add the comment which you want along with which kind of return you'll be getting. Okay, so you have to write it in that particular format, and that is how you'll be using. And very specific reason why we are writing and doing it in this particular one is, so when you'll be moving to the though there are few professionals as well, but for your coding practices and for when you'll be moving to the uh, new interview round, when you'll be demonstrating your coding skills, your code as well. So that is where this is a particular thing, this naming convention, this cleaning, writing up a good fundamental codes. That is what makes your resume differentiated from other candidates. So we'll be writing up a function in a proper format with this good practices, like generally which we call it as a good practices, and which can give us a return in this particular format, a list of all the capitalized words. So it's 10:49. Let's okay. How much? Let's start giving me the results for the same, like whatever function you'll be writing up. Let's start writing them. What will be the approach do we follow in this particular case? Oh, people started leaving. Why? Even if you're not, at least try it out. It's not like will be valid or something. Just try it out, whatever. Because if you face issues, that is when you'll be learning it. And the motive of this particular session is to make you learn things, not to like evaluate or something like that. So try these functions, try out with these things so that you can learn something new. Let me help as well. So what we need to do is, let's go with I'll start writing as well. Okay, great. Anushka, share the code. Let's see. You can share the code in the chat itself. You can test it out over here. Does anyone has also completed? Anyone else has also completed this code, this function? So what approach have you followed, Anushka? You can share the code. We can see the same, or you can tell me. That's also fine. And what about others? So what we have to do is we have to again write up a for loop which can iterate and save it in a new list variable. That is what we have to do over here. So if we go with this, capitalize. Now it will be taking one list argument as well. It can be names. And in this case, suppose for now, like there's one more thing which I haven't forgot about, that you can use past statements. Do we use this past statements in if else for loop conditions as well? Yes, pass, continue, break, like there are multiple kind of statements. So why do we use this pass statement? Because suppose if I do not add any particular values in this case, it's gonna give me the error, and if I like run it, it is going to give me an error because it needs something. So if we write it as a pass over here and we run it, the function is working. Now, why do we do this particular case is so that we can define the values. Now, what operations do we want to perform in this case? That is what we can add it based on the scenarios we needed it. That is why we do it like this. We use this functions that we are initializing the functions and defining them like, okay, this is the function we are going to create. For the arguments, we can pass the arguments later on as well. In this one, what we need is, so what this operation function will be doing, capitalize the first letters of name in list. Okay, so we'll be adding a for loop which can iterate onto this list for name and names. Now what we want is we want to we need to initialize one more list variable as well. So it can be like cap names. How do we initiate a okay? Prachi, okay, so let's go with this. We have to return a list over here in this particular format. We don't want it to be as a naming printed. We want it to be return type. We want it in a return. Prachi. If we run it, what we'll be getting? You can see there. Okay, we need to call the function. So we got some error. What is the error? So that isn't working, Prachi. Can someone tell me what is the error over here? The first error is that it's not about like name dot capitalize. You do not have to pass this I over here. Capitalize does not take any argument. If you see over here, that capitalize is not taking any argument. We run it again. It is not taking any argument. It is just making this particular variable as a capitalize. That is where you made the error over here. In this case, try correcting it. Okay, till the time. Okay, how do we initialize a list? By just putting a empty square brackets. Now we are having a list also. So what we need is we'll be using this cap names dot append name dot lies. And then we'll be returning this gap name. So if we run it, let's test it, like whether it is working or not. Print. New name. Lies. Names. If we run it, we do got the result. Now talking about the space-time complexity of this particular function. What is the space-time complexity of this particular function? If we have to talk about the space-time complexity of this particular function, what is the space-time complexity of this function? We go of n because a for loop is been iterating only n times or the length of list times. So any question, query, doubts up to this part? Okay, great. So this is the recursion type functions we have discussed about. Now talking about another type, which is the first class functions. Now what are first class functions? Let's first write them and then we'll be discussing what is the difference or what is the first class function. For example, for the first class function, if you have to pick up example, what we can do is let's write up of again some string operation functions to convert a string into uppercase, complete uppercase. In this one, we can go with it will be taking the text argument and what it will be returning basically the text which we have taken up text because it is going to be for string type format. So text dot upper we can go with it will be returning the text in upper cases. Similarly, suppose if we are going for a new one which is small cases, again it will be taking a text and returning us the values in a small cases now. So it will be again the text txt dot small because this is nothing but a small not small, it will be like lower it will be lower cases or upper cases. Let's keep it as lower. Now these are the sub functions we are creating up Not talking about a main function, not exactly the main function, but a function which is suppose string, which is taking up a function instead. We're taking a function as an object. Now this function will be taking a function as an object. Now what we need to do is function as an object and a text as well. Use text as well. And suppose text is equal to function text. Now that is known as a first class functions, a function which can which is taking a newer function in itself. Now if you have to implement the same, what we can do is string. First let's define the text. Suppose today, now this is a text and I want to make operations on the same string. I want an uppercase for this one. It will be taking a first function, first as a parameter or the argument, and the second one will be the text. And if we put it in a print statement also, what we'll be getting? We are getting the whole text in an uppercase format. So that is what is known as a first class operation or first class functions. If we talk about the properties for the same, it is taking functions as an object type. Like there's an add-on function we are passing in. This is nothing but that is also a function itself, but it is an object for this particular main function over here. Now here we are storing a function and the result in a variable also. We are getting something. Okay. Okay, sure. I'll paste up the capitalized function over here. Rather than just seeing over here, like if you try writing these questions, try writing these functions, and if you face any sort of errors, do ask me and then and there itself, because that is when you'll be able to see it much better or understand them much better. Okay, so that is about the first class operations or first class functions. In this case, this string is a first class function, and these are the normal function we have discussed about. These are the pure functions. This lower or the upper one, these are nothing but the pure function which are just performing a single regular task and giving us the output back as the input was there. And this is the first class function which can take function as a variable add on to itself. It can take function as an add-on variable along with the arguments. So here we are getting this now. Okay, if we have to write up operations, now what I want is I want you guys to write up a add-on operations for the same. Now what all kind of operations do we have in a string? Suppose if we write out a text dot capitalize, case fold, center, count. Now these are the built-in functions which we have in a string variables. Like split, strip. Okay, do we know what is a strip and split? If we implement a strip function over here, we are getting nothing. Now, why we are not getting it? Suppose if you add a space over here, you run it. If we rerun it, now you can see the space over here are been removed. That is why this strip operation has been used. Similarly, split is used. Split. Now split is used based on that. Hello. And this one will be passing in. It's split because it was blank. If you pass in an argument, splitting it based on this comma sign. Now this is one value. Like if you go with this, put it like 0, it will be giving you the first value before this comma, and this is a second value after this comma. If you run it, you'll be getting hello. If you make it as 1, it will be giving you the remaining statement. Now that is how the split function works. Now can we write up a split function over here for our string class or our string method? We have, can we write up a string function, a split function very much similar to this one? Split text. Now it will be using a for loop statement over here as well. Pass. Now you guys have to write it up, this particular operation, which can split it based on the cases. Should be giving the results like this. Every value should be given as a separate one. Are we seeing like what is the change happened over here? That when we have a single list of a line, that's a single string. But now it has been converted into a list value, which is having this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 values. Or the number of words which we have in that statement, in the text, it is giving us that over here. So now you have to write up this particular function, df.split. Sure. Upper is not defined. Nana, you're getting this. Upper is not defined. Okay, so split and string first. Let's go with that. So split works is it is going to split each and every element which we have in a string, where the strip one is used to remove the extra spaces. Wherever we have the extra spaces in a string, that is what is been removed by the strip statement. Whereas split splits the data, splits the values, splits a string based on the parameter which you have provided, or else it will split up all the values as a separate entity. And for the name error, in this case you are facing this name error. Nana, you have to put these brackets as well. Okay, so you haven't defined this function first. You have to define this function first. That is why you are getting this upper as a error over here. Because this upper has been defined as a function over here, and that is what we are passing in this case. Yes, any kind of pure function or recursion function you can write up that, because first class functions are the function which can take up the functions as an argument. Rather than just sticking to the variables, it can take up a functions. So we tried out with few functions, we write up few functions, and then we are using this as a first class function, which is taking a function as a variable, as an object, along with the text variable as well. So yes, we have to write up the pure functions first, because Python runs the code in a line by line format. Like first it will be running this particular line, then this, and so on. No, we are using default functions from here in this particular function itself. This upper is not by default. Okay, so everyone, you have to write up the split operation. Now it will be using a for loop. When we are writing it manually, it will be using a for loop statement to strip the values. Now that function should return us the values as a list of items like this. So how we can write up that function? The string. String. What error are you getting, Pallavi? Name error string is not defined. So have you used this small s or capital S? Because Python is a case sensitive language. If you're like going with cases, different cases with different values, so it is not gonna work. And also we have to define the comments along with it. That first, no, we do not have to define like which kind of function it is, like first class pure function or like that. We should never define that because it's of no use to in the real-time practices. But what it is doing is string operation to perform string operations. Perform string operations. Defining it. To create upper cases of text. Text in upper cases. Convert text in lower. What we need is convert, split up the text in list variable. And that is what you have to write up. This function we want. Try with both, getting the same error. So have you defined this function as this one? Is it the same function you have defined? Let me copy up this whole. Try with this. Try with this and see which error, where you are missing out on something. If you're missing like okay, do we know what all kind of errors do we have? Like what all kind of errors do we get in the Python? They are basically so there are basically three types of error which we usually face. Types of error which we get in Python. The first one is the name error. The name error we get when we are facing when there is a mismatch in the text of anything. Name errors when we have a mismatch of words or any kind of text in the operation which you are performing, if there is any kind of mismatch in the words which you are using or which it is defined as, so that is when you get this name error. So it is basically when you are facing some sort of, there is some naming convention problem you have facing with. The second one is the syntax error. It is like when you are putting some extra comma or something, like any kind of syntax you're not matching, you are not providing all the necessary arguments which you have to provide or like that. So that is when you get the syntax error. And third time is runtime error. So these are the errors which you get when you are when the Python faces error while running up the code. So these are three types of error which we generally face in the Python. So naming errors and syntax error you can easily rectify by seeing like where is that particular error is and check out for the naming conventions only, and that will be solved. But for the runtime errors, that is when you have to run like practice it properly so that you can check it out. Why use pass in the split function? Okay, the why we use a pass in the split function over here, because this is what you have to define. Like this function is a small assignment for right now, that we have to create a function of a split. Now if I run it without having this pass, it will be giving me error over here. We got an error that expected an index block. Okay, there is another one, this which is an index indentation error. Forgot about this one. Now this is when, because Python we are not using any brackets or something to define the area, that this is the area which you have to use. So that is why indentations are very necessary to tell the Python that this is within this particular statement. And that is why we are getting this error. By writing up a pass, we will not get this indentation or any kind of syntax error in this case. So if you try out with lower as well, once I try lower, you're getting the lower. Now these are the part. Now what I want is I want the output in this particular order. So write up a function which can perform, which can split up the text and give us this particular kind of output for this particular text. Or you can pick up any text you want. That's totally fine. Is it clear? Like why are we using this pass over here? Okay, we are getting some more string errors. Palvi, is your error fixed? And also about Robert, getting this error name string is not defined. Is your error fixed? Check out and compare it with check out and compare with the code I shared. Because it will be like if you are getting this naming errors, it will be like something a small thing which might be missing over here. That is why you are facing that error. Try seeing. Okay. So what code are you writing? Can you share me that so we can see which where are you getting that error? Or try comparing it with this particular one, that where are you missing it, because it's a string error which you are facing. There is no string defined. Check out for this particular value, that whether is it defined a proper name like this or not. And you have to define these functions first, then you have to write this print statement. This should be done in this particular order. The reason being, because before implementing the string operation, because first the string operation will be performed, then the function operation. So these two should be already defined. No, you do not have to import any kind of package, Ritika. These are the inbuilt functions of a Python itself. So you do not need any additional package you have to put in over here. Any kind of string operation, integer operations, these are not required. I had not defined the function. Okay, yeah, that is what I was saying. Like you have to define it in this particular order itself. That is only when you will be able to use it. Okay, is it working for everyone? Does anyone have written the split function over here? Does anyone write in the split function? Has anyone written the split function? So can you explain why? So self is used when we'll be working with the classes. So you will get to know about the self part also. When after this, we'll be moving to the classes part, like how we can create a class and its state and everything. There you'll be understand the self part. Uh, so Naina, have you written the split function? Is it giving you the desired output which we require? Okay, can you share the code? So let's see. Okay, one person has achieved that part. So anyone else who have done it? All mentioned are okay. So you use okay. Yes, that's a good one. You can use the simply return text dot. With it will go with this. Now, if you want to go for okay, let's go with function. Now let's go for higher order functions. Now talking about some higher order function. Now this is the first class functions. Now talking about higher order function. Now these are nothing but the predefined functions which we have in the Python itself. Now how do they work is okay, let's write it up. Suppose okay, we can pick up the addition part example. So there is this function. Now higher order functions are okay. Let's first implement them and we'll be able to see it. But basically, there are two types of higher order function. One is a filter, and then another one is a map. Now, how do we use them? To like over here, what we are getting is the sum of results, right? Rather than sum of results, let's change the operation, and instead over here, let's put as a new list The new list actually. Do is value square. Let's create it up again. Let's create a function which can square up the values. Okay. Squared of n value or value. What it will do is simply it will return as the product of the same. Return times this. Now what we can do over here is how the map function work is, suppose if I go with a numbers list of 7, 8, 9. I go with this particular value, and if I want to see the results, map is an inbuilt function you can directly use. So suppose square comma numbers. And if you just print the results, but we'll be getting a map object. Now you can see that we are getting a map object. Now what we have to do is to see the values in the map. What we have to do is we have to always iterate it. Only then we'll be able to see it. In results. And now you can see the values are getting squared over here by itself. You do not have to pass in the add-on parameters. It is getting squared by itself. Is it squaring? What do we have? 7, we are getting 5. Okay, can anyone tell me like what happened over here? What happened over here? Can someone tell me? Square of each yes. Square of each element is a list within for loop. So map is a function, like it's an inbuilt function which returns the results based on the like in this particular format. Now map takes up a function. Now it can be a pre-built function, it can be a lambda function or any sort of function along with the iteratable object. Now list is a iteratable, another one can be tuple is a iteratable. So it takes up these two values and map them together. Now what do we mean by mapping over here? Is that for each and every expression or for each and every value in the list, it is giving you the result. For this, it is iterating like this, this, and so on. So it should be iterating one by one and giving you the results. So if we go with this, so it is just mapping up the functions, and if we see it like this, put it in a single value. Sys package, where is numbers? Which number are we talking about, Nana? Sys is the package which to get some for that get size part, which you see over here. This particular command we have done. What is it? Just get size of, to see that, check out the value size of a value or the variable. That is where we use the sys package. Where am I using this number list? Okay, have we worked with the lambda functions as well? Okay. That is where the issue is. Should be none. Because numbers are already defined, that is why we are getting this error. If you see, you'll be getting the 9 values over here. 1, 2, 9, 16, 49, 64, 81, which is the squared of this particular one. So if you see now, okay, can anyone guess me like, okay, what is the if you just remove this part and let's put it in this particular way, like list. If you put it like this, well, can someone tell me the time complexity of this particular variable now? Big O of 1. Why is it? If you're comparing it with the big data structures map, that is not what we are doing over here. Now, this is an inbuilt function which is using again the iteration on the values and squaring them also. Sorry. Because I got this map object. Because you're converting, you're getting it as a map object. So either you have to put it into a list so that you get the result like this, or you have to put it in a for loop to print the results. Because yes, it is not writing what exactly it is. Okay, what is a map? Do we know what is a map? So map is like we are saving the results in this particular one as a key value pairs. That is what we are getting over here, and that is how we are saving the results. That every value is getting stored based on a key, and we are just putting the results in front of it. That is why it is helping us, because otherwise we can write up the same for loop function also. It will be again the same, but why are we using a map? So that it can improve the efficiency of our model or of our algorithm. So that is about this higher order Python function. Now there is one more function which is a filter, which is again the very much similar kind of one. What you can do in this filter case is, suppose again let's do the filter function as well. So filter function can be what example can we pick up? So first let's go with a sequence. We can use this num itself here as well. And in a function, fine. So we should be taking a value n. So what can we filter in this list is either it's a even or odd, right? So how can we test it out that whether it's a even or odd, a number is even or odd? How we can test that out? Yes, by checking out the remainders of 2, by dividing the number by 2 and checking the remainder. If it's 0, so obviously that's an even number. If it's not even, if it's not 0, so obviously it's a odd number. So what we can do is we can write up a so if else condition over here to do the same, make that thing happen. So if n equal to 0, we can return it as true. Else can return it as false. Right? So that is a function which we needed. Now what we can do is we have the value, we have the function. Now let's try using the filter function over here. To get the filter function, filtered value is gonna be filter. We'll be passing in the fill and the print list filtered value. So if we run it, we got 2, 4, 8. So whichever function, whichever values which are even in this particular in this particular list variable, we are getting them as the values over here using the filter method. That is how you can use the filter method in this particular way of these. Okay, has anyone? Let's talk about the addition function which you get in the Python, which is the lambda function. Now, anyone heard about this lambda function? Lambda function is very famous in Python itself, and it is also known as an anonymous function because you do not have to properly define a function for this one. Wherever you will be putting a lambda, it will be a function itself. So let's try out with the lambda function as well. So suppose if you want to go for a cube of any value, what you can do is, suppose if you want to go for a cube of a value, you can define it based on a lambda function, lambda x is x times x times. That is how you can define up a lambda function, and you can put it anywhere. So if we go with this, like cube of 7 on it, you'll get the cube of 7. That is how wherever you'll be requiring this particular function, you can just use it again and again by storing it into a new variable. You have stored it in a cube variable. Now you can use it wherever you want it directly. Like you do not have to use it add-on space for this case. Are we clear? So these are the kind of functions which we deal with in a Python. Any question, query, doubts up to the functions part? Okay, great. Scroll part up to like where? Is it done, Victor? Okay, great. Let's move forward. Let's move to the OOPS concept in the Python now. Now talking about the OOPS concept now. Now, do we know what is the object-oriented programming? Now we have worked with the functional programming. Now we are moving to the object-oriented programming. Now, do we know what is the object-oriented programming? Everything is an object. We write it once and we... So what we are simply doing is, if we say it from a layman's term, that what we are doing is in a class is that we are binding all the functions, all the data in a single template, in a single method, in a single object, and then we are reusing it again and again wherever we needed it by calling that particular class function. By calling that whole template itself, we can use all the functions all together at once. So whenever we are dealing with like the string operations or everything, Now these string operations are nothing but a package in which we have multiple classes which are allowing us these kind of functions. Now similarly for a lot of other things as well. So, like, okay, obviously, like, you do not need class in a very high definition language. You can just go with, like, it's a binding of all the objects and the function, all the functions and the data in a form of an object in a single template, or in a single class, or in a single template, where we are storing all of them at once, and we can use it again and again. That is what we are basically changing in the object, in this class method. Now, how do we define a class? We see that how to define a function, we use def. Similarly, to define a class, we use class. Class and its name. Now, what kind of class can we create at the very first? I think. Okay, let's go with the string class. We are working on we earlier worked on a string uh, functions by using a higher class order, so similar kind of thing. So let's use this time the string class. A string class always be working with a text, right? So for sure that one argument it is going to take is a text. But we do not define it like this because it will not take it like this, and it will not be taking any arguments. Going to the next part. Now, how do we initialize a class? We use a init method in the same. It is very much similar to the constructor we have in C++. We define it by as a function itself by def to underscores init underscores, and in that one we'll be defining which all things are we gonna pick up. Like as we discussed, that string class will be always be working on a text, right? A string operation, any kind of string operation you will be working with, it will always be working based on a text, right? So it will be always taking a text, and that is where you will be using a self functions as well. Now, what is the use of self function over here? Anyone? Anyone? Why we defined a self over here? That we know that we have to work with a text over here, but why are we defining a self? Sure. So as we discussed, like init is the way of initializing a class. Like whichever methods, variables, init will be having all the like it's very much like it's a constructor as we have in C++ and Java. And as soon as a class is running, like whenever we have to initialize a class, like we initialize a class, the first thing which runs in a class is the init method. So suppose if you want to, like, because it's not taking any what we call it, like any kind of parameter like text or anything. So when we run this particular string class, we want this text to be stored, or whichever kind of arguments we want all of them to be initialized first, and then start using a function whichever we wanted. Okay, so that every function, everything will be starting from this particular class itself. That is the first thing which runs when you start with a class. Are we clear?
Sir, can you please explain one more time? I can't able to understand.
Okay, sure. So earlier we discussed about a function, right? Now function is very much simpler. We define some set of commands in a variable, in an object which is a function, and then whenever we are calling it, it is running it, right? As simple as that directly. But talking about a class, now class is more like it have a lot of things. It can have multiple function available. Now here what we did is, when we're talking about a higher class functions, what we did is we call this function, and in that we further initialize this new function, right? And we have to define it in this particular order itself, right? So whenever we are calling this class, calling this function, and then we are calling this function, so we are able to get the result directly. There's nothing in between. But when we are talking about a class over here, now how classes are changing, class is more like a template. Like it's a complete full-size template where we are storing a lot of functions, where we can bind all the functions all together, and rather than passing like single arguments one by one again and again, what we can do is, that is where we go with the init class. Now init class, how it is helping us, that when this class will be initialized, okay, let's just give a quick values, some quick values, then I'll be able to give you like better examples for the same. So suppose over here, self dot text is stored in a text value. Now, okay, we can pick up these functions from here, the string operations. These. Yeah. Okay, now initialize. Now this init, whenever we'll be calling this class as a string, this init will be called at the very first, and we are putting a self over here. Now what this self is doing, it is giving the reference to that instance, that for this particular instance of a string class running, I want this particular functions. So we'll be adding a self with every one of them. Now if you have to call out every yes, it will be running now.
DEF is a function or what it is?
It is a function. It is the function, but whenever defining this init, now this is a predefined function for a class method. It's a predefined function. Remaining one, you can define it by yourself any way around, or whichever number, name, or anything you want to give it to it. That's up to you. But this init part is always defined by the function itself. There's no change in that part. This init is a predefined function for the class, which is the very first step which it initializes. Now, when we are defining it as a text.self.text, now it initialized by using this self over here. It initialized this text from this particular text over here. It is saving it in this particular variable now. So whenever you'll be going over here, you do not have to give this text over here as an argument. You do not have to give it this again and again. You can directly use as self.text. Self.text. Because that is when it is already been stored, you can reuse it again and again. Now this variable, which is taken at the very first, is been initialized within the class. It is initialized within the class. Now you can use this particular value wherever you needed it. So now if you go it again and try, let's run it first. Let's see if we are missing one. Okay, so it is running. So how we can use this class method? Now how we can use it? Suppose I want okay, we can like first we can store it as a string. String is string, and in this one we can initialize any text. Okay, if we initialize a text, we can pick up a text on top itself. We can just pass a text over here. We run it. Now what happens is, in this case, the string class is initiated and the init part has been initiated. Now to make these kind of operations or any kind of operations which we have, what you have to do is string, because we are storing this class in a class method in this particular variable. Now string dot, you'll be getting these methods like upper, lower, split. Now these are the parts which you have over here: upper, lower, split. Are we getting it? Now if you go with up, lower, because it's a function, you'll run it and you'll get the value like this. If you go with the same as string dot upper string dot split, you are getting this as an auto suggestion as well. And if you, even if you want to just take out that string text, you're getting a text as well. So that is how you are getting the things by initializing it. Now, whichever functions you're doing over here, or you're like, we haven't went into the function part. Did we use any function till now? Okay, we haven't used any inbuilt functions. So that is how this inbuilt functions are things are working out. Suppose if I pass in, let's talk about any function. I'm unable to come up with any example for now, but that is how a class methods work. A regular class method work by going with the init methods by creating an object. Now here these functions are nothing but an object which we can use again and again. Now this is a how we can work with a class. Now going with the second concept of classes, which is an inheritance. Now what is an inheritance? Now inheritance is about when we can refer to next class. Like here we defined a class. This is a string class. Now we want to use this class into a new class also. How we can do the same is that concept comes as a inheritance. Like this is known as an inheritance. Now how we can do the same? Let's create one more class as class can we create based on string. Okay. Class input. Now in this one, we'll be passing in the string. String is nothing but the class which I have already defined over here. Okay, not input. Now again, it will be having a init class. Okay, we are getting. Okay, and also like if I do not see the, because I'm switching between the two screens right now, like one with this coding part and one with this where we have this record session going on. So if I don't check out for the these chat messages in chat, someone can either raise a voice or like, so that I can get to know that, or either you can raise the hand so I can notice that there are some questions which have been lying in this chat. Okay. Okay, so where am I missing? So everything is objects, and we, I think. So let's start from here.
Sir,
Yes, Pankaj.
sir, I want to know that why we have written class input underscore value to call the value, to call the input value. We can simply put it input value string, then it's also going to be print.
No, we are trying to. I'm trying to show you concept of how we can go with the inheritance, which is like parent and child kind of classes. Like we are using one more class where we will be using a string class operations. So
Okay.
this is just for example I'm picking up. You can because we are on a string operation, so string operation can be done on some input values, right? Either we can go with that kind of case like that. So that is just for example what I'm giving. We can pick up new example if you want. That's totally fine. Okay, so Siva, starting from Siva. So everything. Okay, is it the query answered? Okay, so from the Siva, everything in yes. So that is that in a class, everything is an object. Every function is an object format. Every data or input which we are passing in, that is also object format, and we can reuse it again and again till the time that class has been initialized once. I just don't know where the use class. I just Victor. I just know that's where they use the class. Okay, Nana, can you please explain more? Okay, so init is used. This is from the Nana's question, that why we are using this init, so that we can initialize our class. Once the class has been initialized, now the variables have been, data has been stored. Now you can use any kind of functions, and that every function which we have, every object in the class which we have, can reuse this particular data or the initialized class in a single instance. So is it compulsory or optional? It is, like, if init method is usually the compulsory one, though it's not like compulsory, I would say, but generally it is taken so that we don't face any issue. Like if you are making an empty class, obviously that's then when you do not need this init method, and again you have to put like this text everywhere. So that is why like we prefer to go with init, or which all methods we want at the very first of the class. Like this should be done whenever we'll be calling the class, and you can pass a method over here also, or the variable names also. Self is similar to the keyword, right? Okay, self is nothing but a reference value, or the what we can call it, like a reference of a current instance of a class. So when we over here, where is it? Yeah, over here when we call this class, that is when this init method initialized and the self used as a, now self is we will be using this self in this particular case. So wherever we have this self functions, every function can be used in this particular variable or object. So that is how the self is helping this particular variable, that this class has been initialized and this all these all functions you have the access for. So this way, like this string is able to access all the functions and all the data in this particular class itself using this self command. Self helps us to use the reuse the functions, right? Yes, self help us in reusing the function by stating that this particular variable is having this class initialized. I hope everyone's question is answered. Are we clear up to this part? Yes, no? About the simple class we are talking about, this particular class, are we clear up to this part? Any question up to this part? Okay, great. So now let's move to the another concept, which is the inheritance of a class, which means that we can use the instance of a class, or we can use the functions of a class into a new class as well. Right now we are storing all of them in a single class, and to initialize it we are doing it like this. But to use this whole class functions at once in a new class as well, that is when you can use this way, which is known as the inheritance of a class, where this becomes a child class and the string is a parent class. So this input value will be getting all the functions from its parent class as well. Okay, so if we have to go with this case, now what we can do is input values, and now we'll be initializing it. How will we initializing it? We'll be passing in a self command along with, like, what can be input we can pass. It can be name, address, many passes? Name, address, post. Let's go with these three. So to initialize the variables as well. Now these are the variables like name, address, post. We'll be going with self dot name is equal to name, self dot address, yes, post. So this way we are initializing the data which we are getting in this particular class, and to perform any kind of operation if we want to go for, suppose what can we do in this case? Formatting. Formatting, what we can pass is, we'll be using a self only. We don't require any additional argument. But what we can do over here is, so suppose if I want to go for print statement, we can go for print statement, and if this my name is, here we can process self dot name, print f address, print if we initialize this class. So what we can do is, by using an input value, what we can do is, we'll be putting it in a new variable. So what we can do is, suppose employee 1 is the one. Now in this one, what will go input values, value, and in that input, what we'll be providing is the name first, which is, let's pick up some name from you guys. Which address. Where are you from, Pankaj?
NIT Faridabad.
NIT Faridabad.
Yes.
And what are you studying? Or like which post you wanna go for? Okay, which is your
MSc.
company? Like which company do you wanna go for? Or wherever you go for?
I am currently I am not working.
No, where you want to go for? You want to go.
BCG.
Sorry?
BCG.
ECG.
Yes.
Okay, let's put it as ECG.
B for boy.
Okay, BCG. Okay. So let's pick up one more employee as employee 2. Let's pick up one input value. Let's go for 1 for now. Then we'll be moving to the next one. So now if we run it, now this employee get the inheritance of the string operation class as well. Now if you want to get it, if you want to check out the same, what we can go for is emp dot 1 dot. What we want from this class is, if we go for emp dot formatting, if we run this only, now this is the inbuilt function which we have for this particular input value class, right? Now, but if we have to check out for the one, dot, you can see that you are getting still the lower, name, split, upper, and all the remaining kind of functions as well. We go for that. Now in this case, if you go for lower, now what should be the output in this case?
It is going to be in the lower space.
Okay, so let's run it. Let's see what we'll be getting. We're getting an error because we didn't define what is this text in this particular class. In this particular class, because string is taking the what we're saying, the text values. In this string class, we are taking a text value, so we haven't given this as a text values over here. So how we can pass it? Rather than this, what we have to do is we have to keep the names similar. So rather than this, we can do it as name text, and we have to pass one more argument as a object over here. That is the change which we have to make. And if we rerun it, okay, now let's run it. And let's run this one. Value has no attribute text. Something else. Run this. So we are getting it in a lower format. We go with the upper. We'll be getting it in the upper case format as well. So that is how you can go with the multiple classes at once by taking by putting some very generic operations in the parent class and putting creating multiple different classes for the same for the other kind of operation you want to perform onto that. So you can see like the string operations are very generic, whereas these kind of operation like employee information or like add-on information, they are very specific one. So that is how this that is where this parent and child kind of or inheritance kind of class methods are used. What is lambda for? Okay, we already use a lambda, by the way, but lambda is like an anonymous function. You don't have to define it like def function name. If you just want to use it for few repetition or few or a single line function, basically, like over here, if you see, lambda is generally written in a single line format. It's not like multiple lines, very much similar to this way. You don't write it like this. You write it in a single line only. Lambda functions are written in a single line, and lambdas are used like where are we? Lambda, yeah. So here we have variable, like which variable we want to work with. Now it can be x, y, x, or anything. So here, if we are like going with like this x 7, 8, so we have to go with y x format like x star y. Run it and run it over here as well. So you're getting the product of the same. So what you're doing is a single line function where you will be requiring it. Suppose with the map function we have used, this one, map or filter. I don't want to go with the squared method like this. I don't want to create a new function for this one, but I do want to perform this multiplication. So what you can do is, rather than creating a new function and storing it, you can put a lambda function over here in this particular map area, and then you can reuse it whenever you'll be going with this map. So suppose, okay, let's pick up this. Rather than over here, it will be like x and x. If you run it, you'll get the same results. You do not have to use this function over here. That is how the lambda function are being used. So wherever you need to perform some specific operation, uh, that is where you can go with this lambda function. Are we clear?
Yes.
Great. So let's move forward. Okay, it's 12. Okay, it's 12:20 now. Okay, so we'll be taking a 10, yeah. Okay, let's take 10 minutes break. We'll be again starting at 12:30. Okay, sure. I'll share the code for the inheritance. Right. This is the okay. One more thing is that you always have to write up the details of like what this class is gonna do and what all will be we missed on to that part. This is for the parent and for the child class. It is this one. This is for the child class. So we'll be taking a 10 minutes break. We'll be back again at 12:30. Hello, everyone. Let's get started again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's get started. So, we actual points are there. So we discussed about classes. Okay, let's do a small practice for the same. What can we do? Mm, I wanted in this here, but what practice can we go for? Okay, let's talk about one more concept, which is encapsulation of data. Now, encapsulation of data is like getting the data from the next class, from the new class. Now, here, what problem we are facing is that we are not able to get all the data which we have over here in the base class or in the parent class, right? That is the problem we were facing in that case. Now, what we can do in this case is to get the data from this class, from this input value class to the our base class. How we can do the same is, what we can do over here is, we'll be making some changes. Okay, let's get the changes over here. First class, this is the second class. For the changes, what we need. Now we want that the input value data should go into this one, right? So what we can go is, be removing, putting it as an input value class over here. And then this one, one more thing, which is input value dot so now we are getting this. We are calling the init of this class, and this one we having taking any string. Now value we are inputting the initialize this class. Okay, so let's try running it. Now, if we again go for MP1, we'll be initializing string class. Name argument. And I'll just name over here now. Oops. Okay. We then define the values, which is some name, Prasad Joshi. Where are you from, Prasad? India. And host can be Italy. If we run it, then why are we getting this issue? We are initializing this. Audio. That also. But there's a very specific reason why we are going with this underscores. Now, when we are going with a single value without underscore value like this, what that means is that we are talking about a public member, that it can be accessible within or outside of the class as well. If we are going with a single underscore, that means that it is accessible within the class or its sub classes, or within itself only, within that majority of a class. And if you are going with this underscore, like double underscore, it is accessible within the class only. Like the other subclasses will not be accessible to this one. So when you're going with this, now it should go with this. Let's try it with the beginning. Why are we missing this one? String takes one. So yeah, going with this, beginning. Position argument, but 4 given. So what it is doing, coming over here and
Can you please write F outside the bracket?
F outside the bracket. Here.
No, upside DF formatting self उसके नीचे.
Here.
Print F. Print bracket F. Can you please write outside it that there is a no error?
I didn't get your point. Like where you want me to write this?
F alongside with print. Print F.
Okay, printf.
Yes.
This is
And
what you're saying?
everyone F. And yes. And remove the F inside the bracket.
Okay.
And now please run.
So why are we going with this one? Like printf, if you like it's again just a printing statement, and if you're going with this f method over here, now it is just a way again a what we call it, like way of making a print statement along with a variable. Now other way is dot self format. You can use either, you can go with that perspective, or you can go with the printf. Isn't like that isn't gonna make any sort of change over here. It is of like, no use or change in this case. Now I might be missing on something. I'm able to see it.
Okay.
Okay, let's try it. Let's go with this particular perspective.
Can you please employee one? Employee one is already given at Pankaj Gera. So you can write it employee two or other for the classification. Like this employee one,
This is what you're
employee
saying?
two. Yep.
That is like reassigning of a variable. If even if you're going with employee one also, it will reassign the variable. It's not gonna like create an issue with this perspective. Yeah, because it is just a variable. It's an empty shell where you can just try out with new values, or even if you want to reuse the value or the variable itself, that is not an issue at all. Okay, let's go with the proper way of going with this. Let's just put it in a comments for a while. Test it with this only. Like, are we able to only initialize the step or not? So over here, what we can go with this. Let's start out with if And so in getting that, are we facing issue? Uh, for post, we are getting these values over here. So, yes, go with that only. We run it. It's still not working. Okay, first. My this is my derived class, and this is my class. This, put it like this. Now variables will be stored in this class and will be accessed in this class. Now in this one, we have this init where we are calling the names which we require. And in this class, we are going for so let's run it. First, let's start with the input value. Okay, in this one, let's pass the value again. Sushi. Okay, now it worked. Now check out with the dot formatting. We are getting the formatting option. Yeah. What we need is we want to go for the string class. Okay, let's do it this way now. See. Okay. We are missing issue. Only. So we are able to get with this class. There is no issue in this case, but let's this class and the string class is getting an issue with we are passing the data. Data is available over here. Now we initialize it over here and value. In option only. Value. Starting from there. Let's make it as a one. Save the data. Option. This. This. Close values. Initializing this. Now. Okay. No. No. Not taking the arguments. Okay. That doesn't have to kill you. And this one this. This will be fine. What? Address is not defined. Where are we getting? Address is already over here. Just to save edit. Where are we getting this address? Okay, it's not. Right. Still facing this naming issue. That's not defined. Yes. Here, stored. Okay, till the time, like we'll see, like there might be some small issue only, which we aren't able to see it. Till the time, okay, so there's someone. Does this work? Okay, so where are we having the change in this case? Okay. Is it what you have tried, Nana? Circle is running, but in the init, what you did is you again specified these things. Then the position arguments. But if we go with this particular case, then there's no way of picking up the values from here. The use of this particular line is not of use. If you're going with this particular perspective, then we have to provide all the values in this case also, like this. And if you run it now, it will be working. That is what you have done, might be. Did you perform this thing? Yeah. So that is what we did is to pass a new arguments in this new class itself. It's not like we are able to access it. There's some problem which I'm unable to see it right now. So, but we'll see it. I'll see like where we are getting this issue. There might be something small which I'm missing on this in this case. Till the time, what we can do is I want every one of you to like perform this parent-child scenario, parent-child classes scenario, and try to create the same for the this product, like multiplication for the maths numbers, like multiplication, division, and this what we have is anything multiplication, division, subtraction, and addition. You have to make 4 operations in a parent class, like similar like this. You have to make 4 operations: multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. Whereas in this particular class, again, which is an input value, it will be taking 2 values, x or y, x and y, and you have to print that result. So that is what you have to do in this parent-child scenario in this one. So who will be the one doing it? Are we clear with the question? What is the question we have to perform? Everyone, are we clear with the question? What you have to do? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, that is what you have to do. and I want everyone to do this particular task to perform class to create a class which can perform these four operations onto numbers.
Sir, can you please tell me that what is parent class and what is child class?
So parent class is the one which, like over here, if you see, so parent class is the one which we can pick up, which can be reused or which is very general generic in nature, whereas the child classes are the one which is using the parent class for add-on operations. That is what we are considering as a parent and the child class, or the inheritance nature of classes.
For example,
For example, as we saw over here, that string operations are very generic, right? Anywhere wherever you will be having any kind of text value data available. So string operations are very generic. Whereas when was it? So these are very generic operations like split, name, upper class, lower class, like that. And similarly, with this input value class, we have this is a specific operation that I want to print this particular statement or I want to perform any specific operations. Okay, in this particular input value class. Now, what we tested over here is like employee. Now, when we added data into employee data, okay, now the generic operation, the specific operation of this particular class, which is this input value class, is this. This is the specific operation or the child operation which we did. But this upper class is more like a parent, operation from a parent class in the same itself, in the same variable, or in the same instance of a class. We are able to use the parent class operations like upper, lower, split, or any kind of string operation. We can do it. Suppose if you create multiple child classes. Now childs can be multiple. Now here it was one was the input class method. There can be a new method which might be doing some specific task like printing only the name only. Suppose there is one more class. It's again a child class. Now input value 2 maybe, and its operation is to just perform the work with the name only. Okay, so in that case, what you can do is suppose like this. If you go for that, I only want to work with the name, or I want to make some operation on the naming part only. So that is when you again, if you run it. So if you again put it data like emp4, and in that one, I just want to work with the input value or input value 2, and I want to work on the naming convention only, like naming only. If you run it now, because this class is also child class of a string operations, so this emp4 will also be getting operation from the child parent class and also the specific formatting table of here. This formatting and the name are the ones which we are getting as a by default value from this particular class. But if you further go ahead, because we made some changes in the string class, that's why we are not getting it. Change it back. Right back. Run this. If you run this, yes. So this was the emp1, emp4, emp4 dot. You see that you will be getting all the operation from your parent class as well and the specific one as well. That is why this parent class, like if you have a very generic operation you have to perform throughout the project, you can put all of them in a parent class. But if you have a very specific task or specific operation which you have to perform in a single class only, That is when you put it in a child class. Those are all the child classes. That is how this parent-child classes work. Are we clear? You have to perform it either by using one class, or you can go it with a parent-child class scenario as well. It's all up to you. Is it clear, Pankaj? The use case of this parent-child classes. Yeah, okay, what is the question? So you have to create a class, Victor. We have to create a class where you can perform these multiplication, addition, subtraction, division methods, functions.
Okay, sir. Understand.
Yes. That is what it's about. Okay. Let's first create these classes and then we'll move forward. In the time I'll look into this one while we are facing this issue. It should be done like this only. Let me know when it's done. Okay, so you have done it. Let me copy paste and run it. Okay, so you're taking this as input. Let's run it. So it is giving some error. Where is it? No one. Okay, so the issue is that you have to define it with a self. So it's like self.num1, self.num2, like that. Is the only issue which you have over here, but remaining operations are correct. Function. So you call the class. In the class, you're passing in the numbers function.self, and you're getting the new value. So yes, that should be correct now. So you are getting the correct values. So yes, that is correct. You put proper define it over here, that what is the purpose of class, and yes, that's correct. This is completely correct. Let's enter the name as well. You know, okay, anyone else have completed this code?
Sir, can you please tell me that how can we write a number? Or
Mhm.
for example, you have written that DEF define addition. So where are the addition?
This
Where is
what you're
addition?
this is what you're talking about.
Yes, yes, yes. Where are the numbers to add that?
So we have given it in this particular class itself. When we
We have
initialize the
given it.
yes.
We have given it into the particular class. I understand that. And for example, if we want to do it,
Mm-hmm.
so how can we do that the same?
Suppose I want some other division, suppose addition. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
What
Yes.
you'll do is you'll pick up the class in which you have that method, and you'll just provide the numbers again. 30 plus 60, not plus 6, 30 and 60. Now what happened is that instance, now it is an instance which is activated, and what happened till now is that we call this class, and this variables, this 30 and 60 has been stored in this cases. Now if you want to perform like add dot, now you have all the operations which you can perform. Okay, now here you have all the operations which you can perform. Now what you'll do is, suppose I want to go with the add part, we'll just go with this and we'll get the additions result of the same.
Yeah. I understand that. And
Mm-hmm.
for example, if
Mm-hmm.
we have to make it a random selection, random calculation, or you can say that random multiplication, how can we do that?
So,
Like in calculator or in other stuff.
so for that, like you have a better, oh, if you want to go for that, you can create a function, new function for the same, where you're initializing this class again and again. Because like if you're talking about a calculator part, uh, you can create it very easily with the if else condition as well. You don't even need this class methods. You can directly do it in a if else condition. Very easy to perform it perform create a calculator using a if else condition. So what you can do is you can put an input method, suppose sum1 equal to input, sorry, int. Let's go with the float instead. Float input and enter number. This will be taking an input from a user. Now what you can do is you can simply create a if else condition. One more thing is required. Again, put it like input symbol, and then what you can do is you can create a if else condition for based on the symbol, and you can perform the operation like if symbol equal to plus perform num1 plus num2. It will perform you the input like this. Now you can just keep on adding the numbers like suppose 12, 24 plus sub. We didn't provide the return. If you go like this only, 3, 3 plus, get the result. This way you can just keep on adding this if else conditions. But if you still want to go with the class methods, if you want to go with the class methods, for that case, what you can do is again going with this input methods, because this is what I guess you needed, that we can pass in the input. Again, and we do not want to go with this case, this particular lines, right? This is what you need to.
Okay. Understand, sir. Understand. And one more thing I want to ask: if we can write it onto the part of class value, or if we write into the part of if else value, so why don't we can create only one? Why we have two different things?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sir, we can do it onto the class value as well,
Mm-hmm.
and through if else condition as well.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we have only one class? Why we have if else a different one?
So because you're seeing it from this calculator perspective, now class can have a lot of things. If you just start writing this if else condition, so you always have to call this if else condition everywhere. But if you once create a class, you can use it anywhere. So again, suppose let's consider this calculator example. Now what happens is if you go with this particular class method, okay, consider there are like, and both ways it is fine, like okay, you can in this also you can have like all the operations possible in a calculator. Suppose there are 50-60 operations which is possible in a calculator, right? So you've made all the if else conditions, okay, that is the one thing. Now going with the class method, there are two kind of things which are going to differentiate. Now in the class method, again you can do the same part, like again that multiplication and the division part again, but the difference which you'll be getting is the speed of execution. Reason being, because if you're going for if else condition, it will be again every time you're going for the next condition, like elif symbol equal to minus. So it will be going one by one. Like first it will check out here, then it will check out here, then it will check out, and so on. Like 100 operation, it will have to iterate 100 times to check out like where is that particular symbol is, and then only it will be performing that calculation. But when we are talking about a class methods, here, because each and every value will be a unique one, it has been stored in the class method metadata. So when you are calling out a function, like over here, you are able to see it, that add dot. Now you get all the list, and whenever you select it, like I want to go for multiplication, suppose, so it will directly go here and directly jump onto this multiplication one. It will not iterate one by one. It is storing all the data in the memory itself. So that is the first part, that it is getting you a better, higher accuracy, higher effective speed. That is the first thing. Second thing is, if you're calling for multiple operations, like here, the requirement for the calculator was easily executed by the if else condition also. But if you're talking about a package, now you can store this as a package and you can reuse it everywhere you want to go for, anywhere you want to go for. It is scalable in nature, you can say. That's an add-on part to the same. Is it correct? Or did you got the answer for this one? Are we clear? Okay, great. And even if you want to like go for the random input method, you can put this one into a new operation, new function itself. Like I want to do, what we want to do is, we are calculating. Okay, here we are creating already. I want to create a calculator. In that one, what I needed is, what we can do is, we'll be taking this input values, and then you can pass it with the kind of operation you want to go for, and it will directly call for that operation over here. Like over here, that you have multiplication. So in, yes,
Sir, can we write all the operations or all the symbols like plus, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all onto the same place?
yes, yeah. If you're talking about this if else condition, yes, you can write it in a complete chain, like this only. Write it, and you can just keep on adding the symbols, plus, minus, multiply, divide, mod, remainder, percentage, dollar, whichever you want to go for. Write this same operation over here, and then you can just keep on doing it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, any question, query, doubts up to this part? Okay, so
No, no.
Robert has also said the same. Okay, so it is correct. Now there is one more part in this case. Now, what kind of function is it? We have discussed it earlier. First class function where you're passing a function as a variable over here. So in this case, what I don't think it's doing, function dot show. Anyone saying something? Okay. So now moving to the next part. We have worked with the classes and functions. So let's move to the second part, next part, which is okay. Now talking about exception handling. Now, what is exception handling? Do we know what is exception handling? What do we understand, or what do we get, like what is this name meaning, handling runtime errors? Yes, exception handling is handling runtime errors, or the errors which you are facing while executing a code. To handle them, or to treat them, that is when we go with this try exception handling. Now, how do we perform it? That is done by using a try catch or try except, try catch, like multiple operations you can prove with. Try. Now, in this one, what you can perform is, suppose if I go with this particular case, if else, we will requiring try. Yep. Now, what happens is, if we run it, if we go with the regular method like 34, 35, and the plus symbol, and run it, value. Okay. Again, 34, 45. We are getting this 79, which is the correct one. But if we rerun it and pass like 4, 45, and if you pass like multiply, symbol. Okay, so there is some issue, which is it again performed the addition. Why is it? If symbol equal to this. Period. Okay, because okay, all right. So let's first go with the same out try catch. Then only we'll be able to see the difference. Right on here. That's much. So we're at 34, 45. Right. What's happening over here? Can someone tell me? Why are we getting this 79 when we have this plus as a passing statement? Why are we getting this? Add one more statement. Why are we able to get, like, whenever we are passing a new symbol as well, it's still able to give us the correct addition result? Why is it? Because that we have a pass statement over there. So that pass statement allowed it to go ahead to go with this scenario that even if this condition is not satisfied, go in this particular one. If you go with this case in if else over here, rather than getting this kind of error, yes, just remove it. If you go with 34, 35, multiply. Now you didn't get any return value over here. We didn't have any return. Symbol. That's correct. If you suppose add a over here, now it cannot be converted to float. You got this error as like this, but even if you do this over here, like a, you'll be getting this error like this. Get a specific error, like value error over here. That is where this try catch statements are helpful. Now, if you do it like this, if you put it in a for loop, sorry, while loop. While true. Now, if you run this particular case, now how it will be handling this try catch statement, uh, how it will be helpful. Suppose if I add 34, 45, and the plus sign, we are getting the result. Now, while loop allowed, how while loop is working, that it is repeating the process. But now, if I put it like A, it will be giving us the error and will stop the program, right? But suppose I don't want to stop the program now. So what I can do is I can just go with a continue statement and we'll keep on continuing it even if we are getting the error in the while loop. Then 34, 45, plus again A. And let's stop the continue and continue not properly in loop. Not properly in loop. Written like this. And loop. Okay. Problem is over here. Got the problem. No. If I put A, will still be working without stopping the interruption. That is how the try catch statements help us in not letting the error stop the loop. You can make a break or you can pass, you can get it as a pass also. You can pass any kind of statements in this case. And the add-on parameter which you can pass in this case is finally and the else part. Like when this loop will be ending, you can put it like finally Just give me a moment. Okay, so it's already 2. So we are already on the late part of the break. Let's take a first lunch break. Then we'll be starting again at what is the time right now? The session is up to. Yes. Okay, so we'll be taking a break, and the session will resume again at what shall we do? The 2:45. The session will again resume, and we'll be starting with the data science part, which is this libraries. We'll be starting with the libraries, which all kind of libraries which we work with. This one. Uh, this one, I guess. Okay, so let's take a break, and we'll be resuming at 2:45. Hello, everyone. What about others? Please send hi or yes in the chat so I can know like everyone is available. So there are 3, 4. 6. You're still 22 online. So out of 22, only 6. What about others? 7. Okay. No issues. Yes, the video will be released. No issues with that. A recording will be given. Now talking about the part. Okay, so let's get started. Let's wait for another 1 minute and we'll start. Okay, can anyone tell me like why do we have two types of interface in Python? Like either we can go with the terminal or the IDE or these kind of notebooks. What is the basic difference between these three or the use cases? Why do we use this kind of notebooks? If you talk about Jupyter Notebook, there that is also need to be installed. So I'm talking about any generic notebook like Jupyter Notebook or this Colab Notebook. Whereas in comparison to that, we have IDEs like PyCharm IDE. So why are we using? Because PyCharm also have the notebooks option available in a enterprise version. Similarly, the IntelliJ also provides the same. Okay, anything else? Needs to be installed and configured. Okay, that's one part. Anything else? Now, the main reason for the same, we can run one screen at a time. Yes, the major advantage which we get using these notebooks is because we can run a specific instruction which we want in a single cell. Because in a notebook, it's running a cell by cell, and in that, like it's running command cell by cell. So whichever command you want to try it out, you can put it in a cell and you can run it. Yes, so we can run instructions, and whereas if you're talking about an IDE, there either a complete file, you can run a complete file or the complete project itself. You do not get this opportunity to run smaller pieces of command. That is why we are using this notebook. Now the add-on part is if you're going for a development part, any sort of development part, then these notebooks are not suggested because in that case you'll be working with a multiple components and which are all getting which all together works as a single project. That is why when you're looking at a development of a website or an app or a software or something like that, we go with the IDEs because they help us in working very well with the project itself, a complete full-length project itself. Whereas if we talk about this particular one as a notebooks, they are more preferred when we are talking about any sort of data science or big data techniques. For big data, you do have a option of a shell commands, but that is where this notebooks come into play with the big data tools and with the data science part. Now, why is it? Because when you're analyzing some sort of data, in any of the case, when you're analyzing some sort of data, you're specifically running few commands to get that result. So running a whole of set of a command is a very time consuming part. From here onwards, we'll be starting with some data science concepts and basic libraries which we generally use when we are dealing with any sort of data. Now, the most specific one, if we talk about, the most specific one are the pandas, which we are going to work with. We are going to work with pandas, NumPy, and Matplotlib. Now, pandas is used to analyze the data, to manipulate the data, to working with the data to handle it. That is where this pandas is being used. Whereas NumPy have two usage. One is the mathematical part, and the other one is to work out with the arrays, like to working with the arrays. NumPy arrays are more efficient rather than regular arrays. They are more space efficient arrays. Then third one is a matplotlib, which is used to visualize your data. So let's pick up some data sets. Let's try running working with this three libraries in the Python. So to get the data, now this is the online machine learning repositories. Now, do you think why do we need? Okay, why do you think like why do we need these kind of repositories? Can someone think of it? That why the data is freely available on these kind of repositories like Kaggle or this UCI machine learning repository or the data.world? Like there are a lot of repositories, online spaces, or extra data sets are available. Why do you think like why these data are available like this? Because they are completely free of cost, and like obviously they are using some storage space. So obviously like it is costing them something, but why still they are doing this kind of things? Why are they providing these kind of data sets online freely available? Can someone think of that? Yes, for research purpose, so that because ultimately like when these repositories like online repository system comes into place in somewhere around 2000s, when we are able to achieve the data, when we are able to make up the models but unable to provide the data, unable to provide sufficient data to the models. So that is when this invention came into play, that we should have our online repositories through which anyone can get any kind of data which they needed throughout the world using internet. So let's pick up some data sets from here and let's see how we can use with pandas, numpy, and matplotlib to work around with these kind of data manipulation. So if we pick up, okay, we can pick up this one. So let me share the link as well. So this is the link which you can download. Using this link, you can download the data, and you have to download this adult.data file. Just getting uploaded. But import any kind of library, how do we install it? How do we import it? To install any library, which go with pip install, or any library which you want to work with, pandas, numpy, matplotlib, altair, cbond, any kind of library you want to install, just put a name over here and it will be installed. Most of them are installed already in this case. To import the library, because the system, the library which you installed now is been set up in the Python, in the Python environment. To use it, how we do it? By using an import command to import whichever library we want to work with. Put pandas, and as PD gives the alias for that library. Suppose if the library name is very big, you can give a small alias which you can reuse again and again. The second library is import numpy.snp. Import plotflip.pyplot as plt. So what is a data frame first? Because pandas, every data in whichever we are working in pandas, any kind of data which we are trying to manipulate in a pandas is been done using a data frame. Now, data frame is a structure data structure which helps us in storing a data in a very effective manner. So suppose, and each part of each column or each feature in a data set in a data frame is known as a series. Each column is a series. So to read this particular data, which is in a CSV or Notepad type of file, what you can do is by using pandas, which is data frame is equal to pd dot read CSV. You can pass in the name of the same and run it. Now this data frame, the CSV file, yes, I'm saying.
Sir, I want to know that what if the pd.read underscore CSV can't be able, we can't able to, or the Python can't able to read it, because on this sometime I have seen that we have to write down the full path. Likewise, here it is written as a content alert dot data. We have to return the full path. To avoid that the full path, how can we do that?
So you can either put it into the Python folder, like where you are running this project. Here, this is also a full path, the content.adult.data, because it is in the online system. It's in a Google Drive folder right now. The data which you are working over here is in a Google Drive folder. So that is what, because the main top folder, if you see, now this is the place. Now here we have this content folder in which we have this data stored. And if you see that there are no above folders, this is the ultimate folders. If you open it up, that is when you have the data. So you always have to provide the full path to specify that this is the place where that file is available. Because Python cannot read a file from any place in the system. We have to specify that, okay, this file is available over here. Or other way around is we have to write a search program also. Like there's a complete program which you can write to search all the folders which are available in the system. It will search all of them and then find that file. These are two ways around, but that is why we specifically give the complete path at once so that we can read the file easily. And it will, Python also knows that where that file is available. Clear? This data set consists of, can we see? Okay. Here, what happens is, if you see the very first row, a data. Okay, let me have the whiteboard. Okay. So first, if you are using a Jupyter notebook, then just download the data set and provide the complete path of the file in this particular location as read CSV. Now, in this one, we have multiple options available, like .read CSV, JSON. A lot of file formats can be read, like read CSV, Excel, Feather, FWF, Now these are all the file types which you can read in the pandas. SQL files, SQL queries you can write. So you can read lot of different kind of files. So for now we'll be using a CSV, and then in that one you can just, wherever that path of that file is, you can just copy it up and just paste it, puts, it will be good to go. And to upload a file, you just have to click over here and go to the file location and press open. So this will upload the file in the system, and then you can just go it like this. So this way you will be able to load a CSV file, Excel file, or comma separated file, like any kind of files you can read it using this particular way by defining its file type. This is a data frame right now. The ones which you are seeing, the table like format, which you are seeing right now, is a data frame. Now, data frame, in a data frame, each column is known as a series. And each series will be having a single data type, or like one kind of data type only. There can never be a series which have a multiple types of data type. It will be a generic one which can specify all of them. So generally, the most use cases data types are int, float, and object. So if you check out the data types of the same, df dot info, this way you can check out all the data types of the columns. So here if you see, the first is, okay, we need to put the names also. Now in this one, what you can do is, because here you see that this is nothing but an entry in a data frame, in a table. The first one is an entry which it is considering as a column names. These are considered as a column name by default by the pandas, because to make that happen, what you can do is we can say header equal to none. If we run this and run this, now you can see like this entry is converted into a normal entry rather than a headers, and we got this column name just predefined by the pandas itself, which is in the int form. Now, even if you want to give the names as well, you can go like df.column. In this one, you can pass in the names of the column of the data set, which is over here, which is this age, work class, FNLWGT. That is something you have to write yourself. Age, class, LWGT. Education number. Cutting short. Yes. Hours per week. Week. And If you run it this way, let's run this. So we'll get the column names over here. This way we can add the column names in a data frame. Now here there is mention, if we see the data, now whenever we are working with the data, always make a habit of reading any description or any info available with the data set itself. Always try to make that habit. Now if you read it over here, so what kind of abstract is it? What kind of data is it? If you see the description of the same, what kind of data is it? What we have to do in this case? Will someone like tell me from the abstract, what do they understand? Robert, is your data uploaded or loaded? Yes. So we have to predict based on these input values like age, work class, education number, and all these values. We have to predict whether this person will be earning higher than 50K a year or less than 50K a year. That is what we have to figure out. Okay. Now, if you read about the dataset information, extraction of data, so this is the census database. Reasonably clean records extracted from age this. Yes. And if you see over here, what kind of thing is because we are we have to classify whether this person is a into 50 like higher than 50K salary or the less than 50K salary. So therefore, it is known as a classification problem. It is a classification problem where we are trying to predict or classify an input variable into a particular or predefined category. Now here it is written that we have a missing values in the data set. So let's try it out how we can search it out or how we can explore the values in a data set. So now going with the data set itself, we go. Now the first approach, like because it's a how much is size of, okay, let's check out. So to check out the size of a data set, what we can do is df dot shape. We get the shape of the data set, which is 32,561 entries along with 15 columns. Now this is all about how you can explore your data. This is how you can explore and test out, check out your data itself. That is known as exploratory data analysis, where we try to explore our data to see which all columns do we have, what kind of attributes do we have, how many entries, and all these kind of things come into this particular part. Now, if we have to work out further, now if we talk about the operations, which all operations do we provide? So if we just go with df dot, we'll get the list of operations which you can follow. Like, these are the column names as well as append. So these are all the operations which you can apply onto a data frame. That is how you can, like, by pressing this control Q, you'll get this list, which are operations we can follow up. Now there are very specific operation which we generally have to follow up. Is this first is the info one, where you can check out the data types. Now, can someone tell me like how a data type of a column or a series can help us knowing about the data? Can someone think of this reason that why by exploring the data set can help us by seeing the data type of a column or a series, how we can explore the data? What information can we get from there? The reason why we go with the data types is so that we can check out that the data type which we are seeing over here, like tf dot. These are the command like head and tail, which we can use to check out the first entries and the last entries. So by default, head, if we go for it, is going to show us 5 entries, but you can pass argument like 10, 15, 20, 100, or whichever number you want to go for. So you can get the many number of list items. Similarly, go with the tail. You'll get the bottom 10 of the list items, the data frame items. That is head and tail commands. Now we are talking about which all types of column data type, how can they help. So in the age column, we can see the values are in an int format. Work class is more like a categorical one or a string type. FNL WGT is a number type. Education is also a string type. Education number is also a numeric type. So here you can see int, object, int, object, int. So this way you can re-verify that whether your data types are correct or not. Now, how can this be beneficial? Suppose if there is, because you're just seeing the 10 entries, and now you cannot assume that all the values in this one is of this only, like all values are filled up. Suppose if there is any null value. Now, for to check out the null values, we do have an operation which is null. Is null method gives us all the null values which we have at their own location itself. Now you can see false, false, false. So there are lot of many false, which means that at this particular location, which is mm, the this first row and the age location, it is a value is available over here. So all the false means is the value is available at that location, and if you go with sum along with it, it will sum up the values along with the column basis. So now here you see that all the values in each column are 0, which means that there are no null values. There are no null values available in this particular data set. What is a okay, categorical type is like when we have a string values in a category format or a repeated format, like private, 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 like self-employed. Similarly, where like widow, never married, married, spouse, never married. So these are more of a categories that we have a fixed number of categories which has been repeated over and over again. That is what a categorical type of data type. Similarly, if you talk about, there are multiple types of data type. Data is available. First is a binary data type. Now, binary data is if we have values only 0, 1, like the gender, which is male and female only. If we have that option of only 0, 1 over in this case, so those are more of a binary class, a binary data type. Whereas if we have a multiple categories, like 0, 1, 2, 3, or this married, unmarried, divorced, or never married, or like that, widowed. So if you have multiple categories, those are a categorical one. Now the other type is discrete, and the fourth type is a continuous data. Now what is the difference between these two? These four. Now binary is understood that when we have a data in a 0, 1 format, 0, 1 or true false, like yes, no, true, false, 0, 1, when we have only two categories. So that is a binary data. Then we have a continuous data. Sorry, categorical data. Categorical data. Now, categorical data can be having multiple values, like colors, not colors. It will like the ones we have picked up example, or the colors as well. Like colors can also work: red, yellow, green, blue, white, red. So there's gonna be like fixed number of colors which can then repeat, add on again and again. So those are more of a categorical type, like colors category. Then we have a third type, which is a discrete. Now, discrete and categorical one are very close to each other. The only difference which they both have is In the categorical, it is properly categorical nature, which means that one value is not dependent on other value. Like a red, yellow, green, blue, white are the colors which are independent of each other. Similarly, if we talk about this one, uh, like never married, married, not married, widowed. So these are all, though they are linked slightly, but they are not going to affect each other. Similarly, if we are talking about a discrete data type, in this one we have a categorical data which affects each other. Now, what kind of categorical data it can be which affects each other? It can be rating, it can be scores. Like suppose if I'm getting, there are options of 1 to 5 rating only. And if you're getting 5 rating for a hotel and 2, 3, 1, 5, 6, and so on. Not 6, 4. So these all are the discrete type where the categories or the values which we are putting into that table are more like a uh, discrete values or dependent values on each other. That is what is known as a discrete values. And finally, we have the fourth type, which is continuous. Now, continuous data type is which have numbers in a running manner, like continuous manner, like 1.5, 2.6, 8.9, like so on. Any number is considered as a continuous data set. Now, over here, we have multiple columns with gains, loss, country. So how we can test it out? Here, if you see that there are no null values over here available, but in this one, it is mentioned that it is having some null values. So how can we figure it out? So what we can do is we can either go with the method of unique, check out all the unique values in a data frame, and we like country. This way, we're getting all the unique values from the country. Can we see some issue in this countries column? Is there any odd value in this countries column? Yes, so we have this question mark as a as an extra entry in this particular data set. Now I want to check it out for each one of the column. So one way is that I keep on passing it and doing this particular operation again and again. Or the other way is, what can be the other way, that I want to iterate it and want to check that if we have some extra value in any of the columns. How can we do that? How can we figure out any such kind of irrelevant data in our data set in each of the columns? Is there any way to do this? Do we understand the question, what we are trying to figure out? So what we can do is we can create a for loop for the same to test out all the results, or we can try it out. So on in this case, on which columns can we perform a for loop? Yes, using looping, we can iterate through each of the columns. So out of these 15 columns, should we go with each and every column to test it out, or is there any other way around? For loop will do the work. Yes, for loop is gonna do the work well, but do we need to apply it on all the columns or the specific columns? All the columns, specific columns. So why should we go for all the columns, and why should we go for specific column? Give me each of your reasons. Okay. We cannot iterate. Okay. So the reason why we need to go for the specific columns is that because in this age column, all the values are very much of a continuous, not continuous, I would say discrete values. All the values are discrete, so most likely they'll be of different values. Similarly, this FNLWGT is a continuous value which might be having all the values as a unique, or most of the values as a unique one, or there are very few values which are duplicate or a repetitive one. Similarly, with this education number and with this gain and loss values, work per weeks as well. So they are all like a continuous data. So working with continuous data on a using a this for loop method is not a fee of use. And why are we confirmed for the same? Because if it's a age column, here we can see that it is of an int type. So obviously there are not going to be a null value because we have verified it over here. Because age column does not have any null value. We have one part is clear. Because age is in a number format and the data type is also int type, so obviously there's no question mark, there's no possibility that we'll be having any question mark or any irrelevant data value which is in a string format, because if there's any single value which is in a string format, if we change it, it will be changing the data type of the column itself. So if it's int type, obviously we'll be having no irrelevant value in this particular column. So all the int column values, we can leave it out. Now talking about these remaining ones. Now what we need to do is we need to iterate it on this specific one. So is it a like it can be a time consuming task if we want to try out with this particular value only, because now we know that this particular value is like a irrelevant value. What we can do is we can again go back to here and go with NA values. Specify the same that in the data frame itself, we have some NA values mentioned in this particular order. If we run it again, we run it again, we run it again. If you run this, you'll see that you are getting these 3 columns as a null values. Like in 3 columns, you are getting these null values. One is this country, occupation, and work class. This way you can try it out with different values. You can try it out on yes. So that is how you can test it out with all the values, all the data type of a object. Use the data type of object and the data itself to analyze where do we have the problems, and accordingly we can try to fix it. Now, what happened by using this particular small argument in the same, by having this NA values equal to question mark, what happened is that pandas got to know that there might be some NA values which will be mentioned in this particular order. So it will be removing that value if it comes up. Now that is how you can test it out with the values in a column, and you can test it out that if we have any null values or an irrelevant data value. Now that is how about we can read a data frame. If you want to create a data frame, or if you want to create a series only, you can do that as well by using this command. As like if you want to just create one data frame, what we can do is we can like if pd dot data frame. Now this way it can convert any kind of JSON file or any other file into a data frame file as well. Now in this one you have to provide the data only, which you can provide like data equal. It will be given in a key value pairs. Now key will be nothing but the column name. Either you can directly provide the like name like this as the one, like suppose 1 2 3 4. Now each row represents the single entry in a data frame. Like, uh, if you run it this way, you'll get a df2 as a data frame with this as a these number as a rows in a table. These are the columns and the rows or indexes you can see. Now if you want to access few of the few of the element or few of the data points from a table itself, because data manipulation can be done when we are able to access each and every entry which we want to work with. So how we can do the same? By using a ilog commands over here. df dot ilog. Now how ilog helps us is there are two ways around. Either you can pass a column names or you can work with a index of the column. Similarly, with the indexes rows as well, there are also you can pass the number of rows which you want to work with. Now there are few terminologies along with the data frame. When we are dealing about this particular line in a vertical direction or the observation, now they are known as either the observation values or entries. If we are talking about the columns of a data frame, they are known as a horizontal expansion, or like if we are increasing something in a horizontal direction, so that is known as a horizontal expansion or the column expansion. Other ways, they are also known as the features or attributes in a data frame. Now this particular one which we are trying to predict finally is known as a class label. These are known as a features. Like feature is given to the column name, like a general attribute for the column names. Okay, we are talking about a ilog command to access. Now how do we give it? We put it like this. Now what does that mean is that I want all the rows. What this semicolon with this column means is that I want all the rows and all the columns as well. If you check it out, df2 dot shape. we're getting complete data frame over here. But if I want, suppose if I want to go for specific columns, like I want only the first 5 columns, and I want rows only from 0 to maybe 20,000. 20,000. If we rerun it, you can see that you are just picking up the first 4 columns and the first 20,000 rows from a data frame. That is how you can access parts of a data frame. You can just specify which columns or which columns do you need and which rows do you need, and you can pick up those one. That is about the ilog command, which you can pick up, which you can use to access or to get some data points wherever we needed it. Now we saw that we have these null values. Now talking about the null values, what we can do in this case is to deal with this null value. What can we do? According to you guys, what should we do in this case? If you have a null value in a data set, what general approach will you follow? Like from your perspective, what general approach will you be following? What should be your first step to do when you see some data values as a null or empty values? Anyone? If you see some, okay, does anyone work with Excel files or any kind of CSV or Excel file or table file? Okay, great. So yes, that is one approach, that you can either replace it with some default value or a fixed value. Still getting 0 null values. Have you applied this particular one over here? Now this is one way of doing it, that I want to remove all these values which is from a data frame which is having this as a null values. That is a one way around. The other way around is, you can add this argument and you'll get these numbers as a null values, because it will be replacing all the values which is having this particular points. Wherever this particular value will be available, it will be removing that value from a data set, complete data set. Now, we're talking about, yes. So replacing it with default value or removing that values. The first way, let's try it out. Let's first see how we can remove the data points. Okay. If we save it in the new variable df2, in the df2, it's a copy of a data frame. Now, if you check out df2 dot is null, but sum. We have the similar number of values. Now, first way is that we can directly remove the values which we have in our data set. Like all the values, all the null value data set, we can remove them. So what we can do is df2 dot drop na. A drop NA method helps us in performing or removing all the null values in the data frame. So if you run it, it will be removing all the rows from a data frame dot shape. If you go for, so you see that there are almost, how many rows are removed? 32,561, 30,000. So almost 2,400 rows have been removed. Yes, almost 24,000, 2,400 rows are removed. Now, if we check out for the df2 is null again, will that change be occurred? So we can still see the null values in our data frame. So what should we do? Now there is a specific command which we add into this particular value. Now there are two way around. One is that you can either df2 or you can hit 3 run. If you go like this, sorry. If you go like this and check out for the df3. Now df3 will not be having any null values and the data set will be of smaller size. The other way around is that if I want to, if I don't, because it is a memory consuming task, because we are assigning a new variable for the same. So what we can do in this case instead, if you want to make changes in the same data set is called in the same data set itself, we can go with in place equal to true. Now in place is a very generic command again, which you can use with multiple and a lot of functions. If you go with this and if you check it out with the df2, we're having no null values. So that is one approach. So it is like, okay, that's a part. Here it is the space question mark. It's a space question mark, not a only single question mark. Okay, moving ahead. Okay, that is the one approach that we followed to handle these null values. Now the other way around is that we can fill in the specific like a fixed value in this one. Now for that, what we can do is we have so we're getting null values in this one. Now we tried out with the drop method. Now let's test it out. df2. If we want to fill in, because filling method is a can be a single column method or a that one. Let's write it up again. Let me write it up because there are multiple ways of cleaning a data set, cleaning and removing the irrelevant data values and everything. So there are multiple ways, and these are all our options are provided by the pandas itself. We'll be looking at them. because having a null values of a data set is a very big task, very big issue which we generally face when we are dealing with the data set handling part. It's a very common thing that you'll be, most likely you'll be facing this null value scenario. So first way is removing all the data points which is having a null value. Now in which cases does this particular one you can go for? Now in which case this particular method is more suitable? Can anyone suggest? So this particular method is most suggested when you're dealing with a when you have a lot of entries. Like if there are, suppose, like this some again same, like you have 1800 or 2000 values as a null values along in a data set of 2 lakh or 3 lakh values. In that case you can proceed with this particular approach. Suppose you do not have that much of space available or that much of data set available. The other method around is by filling a constant value. By filling any constant value. Yes, we can take average value. We'll be coming on to that part, that we can fill up with the average values as well. So the first one way around is that you can go with a you can like find out that by yourself, like what is the average. So let's see. So to fill in the values like df2, because it suppose, okay, we are dealing with the work class first. Okay, class will do df2 work class. Go that much and directly use dot fill na. And if you want to go for a specific fixed value, because these three are a categorical nature values, right? Work class, this occupation, and a country are more of a categorical values, or not a continuous value. So obviously we cannot fill the average or like mean, median, or mode values in these cases. So what we can do is we can put it like it's a work class, so we can put it like unknown or any particular value which you want to go for. And along with that, you will be putting it in place so that the changes can get implemented in the same data frame itself. So if you again run it, you can see the work class has been removed from our null values, because we filled the unknown wherever we have these null values in a data frame. Now similarly, if you want to try out with the average values, now in this case we'll not be going for the average, but rather what we'll be doing is so it is not gonna work, but let's test it out. To patient suppose if patient dot count value. You never have to remember the commands. Okay, value count. Mistake. Never have to remember the commands. You'll always be having the like you can pick up the values from the data online itself if you know the what you have to perform. So here, if you see in this occupation column, we have this what is this? Professor specialty, proof specialty. Oh, I don't know what is this. Proof. So now this is more like the mode values that we are getting the frequency of each one of them. Now the other one way is that here you can see the other services. Now other services again is a very generic one. So you can use this other services again to fill in the values in this occupation column, or you can create a new category itself that I want because these values are null. So I created a new category for the same. So again, you can use this fill in NA method for the same. Fill either you can fill this other services method, other services because it's a very generic one. So we'll be using this. Run it and run it again. You see that the occupation has been fixed up now. Now talking about countries. Now that is one way by using a value count. Now value count, there can be two ways around. First one is we are filling up values based on the highest frequency. Now in the case of this occupation, we got the option which is a very which we feel like very generic one, which is other services. So we filled that value. Similarly, if we go with this column as native or the country, so here you can see the most of the values are belonging to this United States. So this is having the highest frequency. So what we can do is we can fill this as a particular one as a fill any method. We can use this same again in a fill any method. What you can do is we can fill up the United States as a okay. Change this. So we will be changing the values in the countries column with the United States. So that is other way around that you can fill up the values by filling a constant value. If you want to try out with the any column which is having for the continuous data values, what you can do is you can use a mean median mode values, and to get a mean median mode of the same column, if we pick up like age column, we have age column with tf2 dot age dot mean. If you go with that, you'll get the mean value of the same. So if there is any null value in the age column, you can use the fill any method and put this value over there to fill up the average value of the column itself. Now these are the very generic methods. You can use mean, median, or mode, any of the methods. You can fill a constant value, or you can remove the all the complete values from the data frame. Now this is what is being provided by the Panda itself. The other way around, okay, there's one more way of filling up the values, which is if we revert it back. If you like go with this again, here we get the null values. Now the other way around is one more way we have is ffill backfill, bfill ffill. Now what do they do is in a data frame, suppose if we have a data frame like this, if we have suppose a null value over here n a 1 2 3 4 6 n a 8 n a So what happens in this case is that if you have these values, so how the F fill and backfill works is B fill and F fill. Now what they will be doing is it will fill up the values from the corresponding value. Like if you are applying a backfill in a row wise format, so this NA will be kept as empty. This NA will be filled up by this 6. A 6 will be placed over here. Similarly, this will be kept empty, and this one we have all of them as empty. So, and in this case, what you can do is like for these values, you can put it like a rows. This was a column operation. Now you can put it like this. So it will be filling up the values like this. So here it is null value. So it will be left out. It will be replaced by 5. It will be replaced by 5, 9, 10, 11. So this way, this operation will be filled up. Similarly, this way around and this way around. So you have all 4 directions available which you can use and to fill up the values. Now, in which kind of cases this kind of filling method is useful? Can anyone think of? Because we are taking a reference from the nearest values only. In which cases does this kind of method is applicable? Yes, when data is sorted and when data is based on a time series data, like in a time format or the sorted data, that in those cases only we generally go with this backfill or a forward fill methods to perform these operations as well. Now to just to check it out, like how we can do it, we can use this df.country.f. Go with this. Go like this and run this. You can see the values have been filled up in the countries column. Now moving ahead. Now similarly, you can use a backfill or a ffill. Both the methods are used in a similar way around. But this is about how you can fill up the mean values or the like. Oh, this is the ffill method. Ffill/bfill. Now the fourth method is a complex one, which is known as a model building method. Model methods. Now what they do is they create a classification model for the empty cells. Classification model or a regression model or any different kind of data science AI models, machine learning models, which can help us fill up the values in a data set. So we'll not be going to that because they'll be taking they are time consuming task. But that is the additional method which we follow when we are having a very smaller number of entries where we cannot compromise with the data. That is when we go with these kind of specific methods. So this is about the cleaning of data from if we have any null values in a data set. We are having a left list for time. So we have done. Okay, there's one more way of around this describe. Now to go with the basic description again, we go with the describe method. Describe, which gives us all the information regarding the data frame as for the quantitative data only, because it is giving you the values as a count, mean, standard deviation, minimum value of a column, maximum value, and the quartile ranges of the column. Now, if we want to check out if we have whether we have any sort of say duplicate values or unique values. Now, one way we already saw, which is a unique value method. The other way is if you want to check out the if we have any unique value or not, then dot f dot indicated. If you run this, We have 24 columns, 24 data points which are duplicate in this particular data set. So obviously we do not want to work with a duplicate data set, so we tend to remove them. And for removing them, we can go with df dot drop. And that one also will be going with in place command. Make it happen in this particular. This values from a data set has been removed now. You run it, you'll get a 0 duplicate values. Now, how further you can explore it by using a correlation plot, which is just df.core. Now, what does it gives us is the relation between each column, each of the quantitative column, based on the variance of the same. The correlation values of the same, it is giving you the values, like how well the relation is available in these two particular columns. Like age to age is going to be 1, of course, but age to FNL WGT is in a -1, which means that they are inversely in proportion. And if you see, and this upper matrix and the bottom matrix both are going to be same. So like you can either view the bottom one or the upper one. It's going to be the same again. If you see this particular column, now here the relationship between each one of the column is comparatively very less, which means that's a good part, that we have only having a relevant data. If the relation is very high in specific columns, in specific 1 or 2 columns, that is when what we can do is we can remove those particular columns. Are we clear up to this part? Any okay, so in place is an argument. It's nothing but it's a Boolean argument which you provide when you want to make a change in the data set itself. Now here, if we do not provide this in place command in this particular df, now what's going to happen is that if you just remove it, you simply remove it and run it. Now the value will be the same. Now if you see that you got a data set, right? This drop duplicate method returns us a data set which you can see over here, and changes is also been done over here. But by using a in place, so if you want to store this particular data set which has been cleaned up, which is out of this duplicate value, either you have to use a new variable, can be df3. What happens is, using this particular new variable, it makes the memory consumption, because obviously the df3 is also storing some data, so it is going to take some memory to make it to save that memory availability. We used to add this particular in place command, which tells this operation that you have to make changes in the data frame itself. You do not have to just return it. You have to make the changes and save it within the data frame itself, within the same variable itself. You do not want we do not want to save it in new variable. We want to save it in the same variable. That is what this in place command says. Okay, so let's talk about some plotting metrics as well, like how we can plot the data points. Now they are very specific. Okay, also let's talk about Seaborn as well. Now they are very general one. Which we generally use is Matplotlib and Seaborn. Now Matplotlib and Seaborn both are very much highly related to each other. Matplotlib is the older library which has been getting used till now, and Seaborn is the add-on library to the Matplotlib. It's, you can say, it's like a sub additional upgraded part of a matplotlib. It's not a complete matplotlib, but some part of the matplotlib itself. So to work with a Seaborn, you always get you always have the that matplotlib available in it. Same import Seaborn as well. Now, reason why we are going for a Seaborn is majorly the Seaborn is the one which we generally use because the data visualization provided by Seaborn is much more effective in comparison to the matplotlib plots. So we'll be using this. Now, if you want to see, like here, we can see that, let's go here. Yes. Now, if we want to see, like we got to know that here in this particular column, we have this much null values. In this one, we have this many null values. In this one, we have this many null values. But I want to see where the location is. Where do we have these null values? So what you can do is, you can use C1 to do the same using a heat map. A heat map, you have to provide just df.isNull. And you'll get the plot of points where we have these null values. So here are the points where we have these null values. And if you want to increase the size of the same, because generally the plots will be the smaller of size, and you can pass on the arguments, increase the size of the same, because as the Seaborn does not have an additional argument to increase the size of a plot. So we can use the matplotlib figure at fixed size. It will take a tuple 15, 10, run it. We'll get a bigger plot of the same visualization. That is what a heat map does. It provides you a scenario, each and every scenario in the case of heat map, where this dark value means 0, which means a false, or and 1 means, or this light shade means as a null values. Now here it is not that much of an effective one, right? Let's see its effectiveness. Let's use the correlation plot because it's where it is highly used. If you run it, you'll get the same numbers in a graphical visualization. But can we understand it right now? So we can pass in the arguments as annotate, which gives us the value for the same for each of the cube as well. Now we can see and visualize like how well the distribution and the correlation is available. So here we can clearly see which all values, which all columns are having a higher correlation with each other in a much more effective way. So that is how the visualization helps us in making our data understanding much more improved. Now, if you want to go for a basic plotting, which is the bar graph or the line plots like these, if you want to try out with that, you can try it with the matplotlib as well, which is plt dot bar. A bar plot does take x and y values. In this one, what we'll be doing is we'll be passing in the values as which columns do we have? We can pick up df1 columns. These are all the columns we have. So what we can go with is here you can see that for values we need to provide x and height. Now if you want to test it out, like obviously remembering each and every command is very difficult. So if you want to test it out, you can just go to the description of the same and you'll get the answers, like what all arguments you can pass into it. And it will be easy one to go for, like what all values do we need to provide in this case. In this case, what we need to provide is the x and y values. The x and y is df, suppose if we want to go for work class, okay, and df can pick up age. Hit on it. An error value must be installed. Instance of why it's not float. What is this error? Right with bottom. Value must be right. Yes, right. Yeah.
We cannot hear you.
Hello. Okay, I didn't notice. So are we clear up to this bar plot? Hello.
So I think you need to explain the bar chart again because that was the time when you went.
Okay. No issues. I'll explain it again. So what we did is, because what is a bar plot basically? Now, if you talk about a bar plot, it's reconnecting. So what is a bar plot basically? It is an XY plot where for each and every value, suppose this is A, B, C, D. We need a specific value that for A it is this much, B is it is this much, C is it this much, and whatever. So if we pass in a value directly, like the way we were trying it earlier, so the issue with this case is that we are not getting a value for the same. Like if you just see and put it like df work class, df dot work class is like repeated one. They're not specific. So you need to go with unique method. See which all counts do we have. Right. Similarly, if you go with the age column in this case, it is again not going to be equivalent in number. So we do have like fixed number of values. Yes, that is an add-on thing, but we are not getting a count of the same. So that is why we tried it with a value count. So if you run this box plot only, bar plot only, see, you are getting a values with a value count. Like every value is getting grouped by a work class, which is this one. Like in the private, we have these many records. For this self-employed, not inc, not for that we have these many records available. For this local government, we have these many records, state government, and so on. So this is the way we are getting all the count for the specific category. So that is why we saved it in a new data frame and used it over here to create a bar graph, because bar graph needs a value along with a x value and the y value. That is how the bar plots work. So that is what we did. So here see, we can see that private we are getting the highest number of values and so on. Are we clear? That is what we did as a implementation of a box plot. Similarly, if you want to go with a bar graph. Now similarly, if you want to go for the box plot as well, now what we can do is where are we? Yeah. So box plot is again, okay, let's first draw it. Whatever I guess. Okay, let's pass in a single column instead. Suppose if we go with H. This is the box plot looks like. Now, what do we have in a box plot? If you just check out the values as well, df H. So we have these many values from starting from 39. This is also an operation. Okay, never mind. So this is like it is starting from somewhere around 19. As I can see, this number is smallest 18. So from 18 to the highest of 87, 88. So these are the arrangement. Like, so what box plot is doing is we have three major components in the same. In this particular one, we have major components as this is the minimum value. This line is considered as a minimum value. This is considered a maximum value. So if I draw the box plot over here, so this is based on a quartile range, which we have discussed in the so this is the nothing but a mean or a median value. This is more of a median value. Generally, we take it as a median value. This is the 25th quartile range. This is the 75th quartile range, as we saw in the describe method over here. Over here, as we saw, 48 and 28 is the 25th and 48th quartile range. So this one, what we did over here is what does this means is like we have few circles over here, these small circles. Now these are nothing but the outlier values. Now what is the outlier? Anyone? What do we mean by outlier? Deviation from mean. Deviation, not deviation from mean exactly. Deviation is like it is getting away from it. So you can say it as a standard deviation, not a deviation. Outliers are the value which are exceptionally higher or lower than the mean average values. Like, so that is what this box plot signifies or shows us that in a range. Now, how we are getting these values, this particular box plot values is this is known as a box plot which is working on an IQR method. IQR method says like for a quartile range of 25 to 75. Now this is known as a lower band. This is known as the upper band. Now in this one, when you subtract both of them, which is like 20, I guess it's 28. What was the value? Yeah, 28, 48. So it is 20. So 20 times 1.5. Now this is the value which you are getting over here. 20 times 1.5 is 75. 20 times 1.5 will be like 30. So 30 plus 75. 48. 48 plus 30, which is 78. So any value which is higher than this one will be marked as a outlier value. Similarly over here, it is again 30. So 25 minus 30 will be like minus 5. So obviously all the values are within this range. So that is why we are not getting any value below this one. Like there is no circle under this lower range, but we are getting values above this one, which is this 78 mark. So that is how we are able to identify that which all outliers do we have in our data set, which are exceptional value. Now outlier can be of a, like if we see this particular data set, we can have values like a person can be living around the age of 87 or 88 or even 90 as well. We are that's a correct data, but according to the formula, it's the outlier values. So is there any way like now that is like this is something which you have, this is a subjective thing again. Yeah, so this is a subjective thing that whether should we follow or whether should we consider this outlier should be removed or not. That is what we see in a data cleaning part as well. This is also data cleaning part itself, that we are trying to see whether this particular values are of a exceptional values or the real-time values, because sometime it can happen that there due to some human errors there are some exceptional values available in a data set. But in this case, if we see in this particular age column, we can have a possibility of age if a person is having an age of 88 or 89, 90. So that's an easy thing. So we'll not be removing these kind of data values. So one way is the part which you see around treating a missing values in a data frame. Like if you have some irrelevant data, you can clean it from your data set and then fill up some new values. Similarly over here, in this case, what you can do is wherever you have these kind of outliers. Now, in this case, these outliers should not be removed. But if you have some outliers which needs to be removed, that is what you can use using a drop methods. Like you can remove those particular values using a drop method. So wherever you have that particular value which you want to remove, you can just simply remove it using a drop method. But because a age of 90 is it should not be considered as an outlier, so we'll not be removing it. And that is how you can check out for the outlier methods. Now, in this age column, anyway, the box plot cannot be like a useful thing. But suppose if you're dealing with a data set of, okay, let's take one example. Like, I guess saying something. Yes, Pankaj.
Sir, can you please tell me what are whiskers?
Sorry.
What are whiskers? WHISKERS. What you have written above below the box plot.
Here.
Below. Just down.
Okay. So these are nothing but the plotting which has been the internal part of the working, like how it is creating that box plot, because here it is calculating these values, as I discussed, that these values have been calculated from a data set itself. So that is what it is showing you, like how what all values have been going on over here. That is what it is representing over here.
Okay. And one more thing I want to ask you that in the part of the data cleaning, after the training the data set, we first do the data cleaning part.
Yes, the
So
first part is about cleaning. Yes.
yes. If the 90 years of age, or you have said to me that the outliers. So how can we remove the outliers?
Okay. So that's for the part of like. So what you can do is you can use the conditional methods to remove any value which is above a certain value. Now, if in this case age should not be removed, but just for a practice, like how we can remove the values. For that perspective, let's use it that any value which is as we calculated over here ourselves also, that it's a 78 number, right? It's easy to calculate from this particular area, which is this describe method we have discussed already. Where's the describe? Yeah. So from here we can easily see that the value is 78 as the outer range, this range. So if you want to remove the values which are available in this particular portion, what we can do is we can write up a command for the same by using a for loop method or a lambda function, that we want any whichever values or whichever item will be having value higher than this particular 78 figure, remove those particular columns. That is the one way around. Second way is that you just remove that particular value only and keep it as a null value. You're getting it? That there are two ways around for a data set.
Okay.
For age column, if suppose there is a 70 above 78 value, and here also we have 78 above value. Suppose here we have 80 and here we have 90. So one way is that you can remove this complete column. Okay, that is a one way, first way. Okay, we'll be writing up that code as also, but first understand which all ways do we have. The other way around is that you just simply keep it as a null value, replace it with a null value. You do not remove this entire row, rather you make it as a null value.
So if it is null value, then the column is going to be null.
No, why is it? Suppose here we have some value, like, okay, let's write it up. Let's write up two values, like 20, 30, 40, 80, 60, 90. And we got to know that any value which is above this 78 is an outlier and we want to remove it. Okay, so we can easily identify that we have places like these two values are places where we have these outlier values. Okay, so the first way is that you can simply remove this particular row or the entry. That easy. another way
That
around is,
will give the not to give the accurate value, I think, because there are some other stuff which is onto the part of that.
so that is where, like, that is where I told you the other way around, because that is the first way that you can simply remove it. The other way around is, rather than removing all of the row, you can just simply keep it as a null value. You make these values only, which is higher than 78, as a null value.
Okay.
Okay, so what advantage do we get by keeping it as a null value? That you can further treat the method by using a mean, median, mode values, or by putting by filling by FL method, or by any other sources of medium. Or like, there are a lot of methods to fill up these null values. You can apply any of the method to fill up the values in this case. Okay, so okay, out of this mean, median, mode, like, because it is we are talking about this. So which value should we fill up? Like, should we fill up a mean value, median value, and mode value? There's a very specific reason for the same.
Median
According
value.
to, sorry,
Median value. We have to put the median value.
why should we put up a median value? Why not mean and mode?
I can't able to explain it, but
Okay, so
yes,
let me
we
give you
have
the
to.
explanation. Yes, we fill up the median values, and there's a very good reason for the same, because we are talking about the okay, in a range, like, suppose if we figure out, okay, let's pick up these numbers as 20, 30, 40, 50, 80, 60, and 90. Now, when we have to calculate a mean value, what we do is we simply sum them up and divide by the number of observations, right? This is what a mean is.
Yes.
But if we are talking about a median value, now median value have two operations. First is sorting, that we always sort them in a order. So all values will be like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, and 90. And after that, we'll be picking up the central value. So due to that, what happened is, in this case, because we know that these values are wrong, or these are the outlier value, they are going to alter the mean value very highly. Suppose the original mean without these values was 45, but due to after adding these two values, which is 80 and 90, it might get altered to maybe 55 or 60. Whereas with the median value, if you see the change in the median value, the value will not be changing much in this case. The shift in this case will be very smaller in comparison to the mean values. That is why we prefer with the median, because it does not get affected by the outlier values. That is why we fill up a median value in those null places, in these spaces, because mean value will get altered due to these outlier values. Okay, so now going to the point of removing these values which is higher than 78. Now what we can do is, if we are just, rather than just removing the rows of it, what we'll be doing is we'll be replacing the values with the null values. So what we can do is df age, wherever we have any value higher than this 78, we want to replace it with the none values. To okay, let's write it up. So df age place, because we are working with the specific values, so we can go with this, or else we can use the numpy method. No, we'll be going with the numpy instead. Dot where age greater than 78. I want to keep it as dot Are we missing something?
What is np.nan?
So np.nan will replace nan is used for null values. So wherever you want to keep a empty cell, completely empty cell, that is where you can use this nan method. np dot no, because nan is derived from a numpy. Here we imported a numpy in the very start itself. We haven't talked about numpy. Where are the imports? Okay, we went to 5. Here you see this numpy denotes to the numpy. NP denotes to the numpy. So we are taking an element from a numpy, a function of a numpy, that we want to create an empty cell at that particular place. That is why we are using this numpy np.nan, which will what we'll be doing is whenever this condition is satisfied, this df.age is greater than 78. Wherever this condition will be satisfied, it will be replacing it with the this what do you call it, by the none value. If the condition is not satisfied, it will keep it the value the same way it is already.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so let's run it. I guess I'm missing on one argument. Let's see. Or either of x and y should be given. Okay. That is the thing. I was missing on some argument. What argument are we missing on? That's not fine. The bracket is checked. We'll passing in wherever this first is a true statement, second one is the df. So this has been done. Now if we check out for df h dot is null, sum, we got 142 values which are null in this case now. So we have 140, these values are 142 which we have replaced with the none values like this. So what we did is we replaced the outliers. Now what you can do is you can put a median in that place, or you can create any kind of models or any kind of things or any fixed value or anything which you want to put over that place. So if you want to put in a median value in this case, how we can do it? We already discussed the same. How we can put a median value in these null values? Anyone? We have already discussed the same, that how we can put up a fill in a method we have to use. So how we can put up median values in the empty cells in the age column. No, yes, we can use ffill method, but we discussed that we want to use the median. In the case of outliers, we usually go with the median values. So how can we fill a median value in these null places? By the way, we can go with any way around. You can put ffill method, backfill method, mean, median, mode, any model or any constant value. Drop. So drop method will be removing these values instead, rather than just keeping them. but we want to keep the values, keep the entries, and also we want to fill the median values. How we can do it? So we can do it using a fill NA method. Now to check out the mean of the median of the column, what we can do is df h dot median. We get 37 as the median value of the column, and if you go with the mean value, we get 38.38. So you can fill it any one of the values if as you need it, as you want to go for h dot fill NA. This one you can specify which value you want to go for. If you go for median value in place, you go with this, and if you run it again, so we are getting a 0. So which means that we have replaced the outlier values with respect to these particular median values of the column itself. So any question, query, doubts up to this part from anyone?
Can you please, sir, tell me what is the why sklearn is used?
sklearn is used. sklearn is an ML library. For any kind of operation you want to go for a data science perspective, like sklearn is a complete library which helps you in any kind of all the requirements you need for the machine learning modules. That is where you use this sklearn. Now sklearn have a lot of features available. That is why now there's another option available for the same as a replacement for the sklearn, which is the ML extend. Now if you have asked for the, yes,
ML?
ML extend. Let me write it as well. That is very much similar to the kind of ML extend. Now that is again a similar machine learning library, but sklearn is a popular one, so usually people heard about this sklearn. But another library is ML extend. Now the thing is, with this sklearn, you have a lot of features pre-built available, like clustering algorithm if you want to work with, compose, like covariance if you want to go with the decomposition methods, discriminator and assemble techniques, all kind of machine learning model like classification and pre-processing of a data. Pre-processing of data includes a lot of in-depth tasks, like this treating missing values and outliers is a very starting point which we start with. But after that, we have a standard scaling methods, like standardizing our data, normalizing, like a lot of methods which we can follow up. That has been done using this sklearn library. It helps us in performing those tasks easily. Now this NSemble is a modeling technique, feature extraction. Now picking up the features which are highly usable for any kind of model building part. That is what we do for feature extraction. Feature selection is picking up the features which are which you want to pick up based on some sort of scenarios we can add into this Gaussian process. Impute. Now I was telling you about there are multiple ways of filling up the values, right? We discussed about fill NA method, mean, median, mode, and this FL backfill. Now sklearn provides you with the impute function which helps you in filling up the values based on the modeling process, machine learning model processes. That is where this impute functions come into play. That if you want to create a model for the filling up the values only, that is what you can use as an impute function over here. So similarly, like sklearn provides you with a lot of features and possibilities. You can try it out to process your data to make a model out of it, to get insights from your data. That is where this sklearn is being used. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, sir. No.
Okay, to save it to the GitHub, what you can do is you can create a GitHub repository. Just open up a GitHub account, open up your GitHub account, not an issue. And you can directly link it from here, that save it to GitHub, save a copy in a GitHub. So it will directly link your. So you just have to, like, after this, you have to log in into your GitHub account. It will be opening up a GitHub location in this case. You can just log in into your GitHub account, and it will ask in the same window itself, it will be asking which branch or which project you want to add this file to. You will just click it, and it will be saved. It will be transferred and saved into the, a copy of the same file will be saved into the GitHub as well. Okay. I can't able to link it. What problem are you facing? Can you specify the same? Can you tell me, like, what problem are you facing, Nana?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
It's not able to push the code to repository, sir. The OK button is not highlighting.
Okay. So is it okay? Try it with this particular approach. Like, create a project first in a GitHub.
Okay.
In a GitHub, first create a repository first.
Yeah,
And
I already created it, but I can't able to push it to GitHub now.
right now, I don't have a login in this particular one. Otherwise, I would have shown you the same.
Okay.
Usually, it's a very, like, a single point task only. See if you can sign up. Just a minute.
It's okay, sir. I will do it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? I can try it login.
Sir, can you please tell me what is the difference between Git and GitHub?
Git is a version control system, or like a shell commands. Like Git is used. It's a proper language itself, where you use it to connect to your Git, any IDE or GitHub. Git has the online repository system, whereas Git is the command line interface where you perform this task. Git bash, you can say. So that is what you use to perform the operation or connection between the GitHub or any Git repository, like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, or any kind of other Git repositories, online repositories. So they all are a version control systems. Whereas the part which you are connecting it with your IDE, so in that connection in between, you use the Git. So Git helps you, like, Git command, like we have command like Git fetch, Git command, Git pull, push, add, commit. So these all are the commands which you use to put your code in a Git local repository, store it, and then finally push it to your Git system, Git repository, online Git repository.
Sure.
Okay, so anyone, any last questions by anyone, if someone have? object detection. Okay, so OpenCV we are talking about. So if you're going for a online port, like from a camera itself, like object detection, what kind of by showing it to the camera, you can identify your interface can identify object detection. So that is when what you can do is you have to first collect some data. Now it is available on online sources as well, or you can manually click some pictures also, like, and label them properly. Like this is a picture of a chair. For multiple types of picture you can click for a chair, then multiple types of pictures for any other. So what data you can arrange it either manually or from the repositories also. It's available easily, no issue with that. But after the for the part of processing part, like the model building part, what you have to do is there is a library to process the images. Now that has been done using, I am sure you can use, or OpenCV itself, like OpenCV can itself process the images, so no issues with that part. You can use the OpenCV and processes the image. Now processing, and in this case particularly, you'll be using a neural networks. Usually the CNN will be working the best, because when you're processing an image, it's a very high dimensional data, because the nowadays images are very high quality. So if you're using your own images, the pictures which you will be collecting, obviously there'll be HD images which will be having 1080 pixels, so it's going to be very huge in size. Therefore you will be working with the CNN neural networks, which will help you in creating a model which can identify an image. Now that is a one approach of a manual task. There are other pre-built libraries are also available, pre-built models are also available, which you can directly import. The first, if I'm not wrong, the one is the Hugging Face is for BERT. Look out for the same. There was one ML extend or image processing. There's one model which performs the same task. You just have to provide the data you want to try it out with, and then it can give you the prediction based on that. Image. Okay. Okay, so that's all from my side for today, guys. Have a great future. Thank you, everyone.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, if I submit my assignment on Gmail, so will it be acceptable?
Gmail? I didn't get it.